He baked bread by day and buried bodies by night. In the frozen silence of Alaska, a mild-mannered baker with a stutter hid a monstrous secret. He didn't hunt animals, he hunted people. For over a decade, women vanished into the wilderness, never to return, until one survivor escaped his plane and exposed the truth behind the man Anchorage thought they knew. This is the story of Robert Hansen, the butcher-baker of Alaska, one of the most chilling predators in American history. So close your eyes, relax, and listen carefully, because sometimes the most ordinary man hides the darkest hunger. If you'd like more stories like this to appear on your page, please comment where you are watching from, and subscribe. There are 15 chapters in this series, each with one picture looping gently. Just close your eyes, relax, and let's dive into the story together. Now let's begin. Chapter 1. The Frozen Shadows, Anchorage in the 1970s. The story begins in the far north, where the cold winds of Alaska sweep across mountains that rise like frozen fortresses. Anchorage, in the 1970s, was a city suspended between wilderness and civilization, a place where dreams of adventure met the raw brutality of the untamed frontier. The city was growing, yet the silence beyond its edges remained immense, the kind of silence that could swallow secrets whole. It was a place where people came to start anew, to escape their pasts, or to test themselves against nature itself. Yet, hidden within this land of opportunity was a darkness so chilling that it would stain Alaska's history forever. In those years, Anchorage was not yet the bustling hub it would later become. The oil boom had brought prosperity, but it also drew a restless tide of wanderers. Miners, hunters, truckers, and drifters, many of them men seeking fortune and women seeking survival. Bars, clubs, and small motels lined Fourth Avenue, glowing faintly through the northern mist. Beneath the dim lights and the chatter of jukeboxes, there existed another world, a world of desperation, where sex work and quick money fed off the loneliness of men who had come to the edge of the world. It was here that Robert Hansen, a quiet baker with a soft voice and an unassuming smile, went about his daily life. Few would have noticed him amid the hunters, fishermen, and traders who made up Anchorage's working class. He owned a bakery on the corner of town, and every morning the air near his shop was filled with the comforting scent of bread and pastries. To his neighbors he was polite, hard-working, and even generous. To his hunting companions, he was skilled, patient, and almost unervingly calm. Yet, behind his thick glasses and shy demeanor, another side of Hansen was taking shape, one that would soon reveal itself in the most horrifying way. The Alaskan wilderness has always been a paradox. Breathtaking and deadly, vast yet claustrophobic. For many, it represented freedom. But for someone like Robert Hansen, it became a private theater of cruelty. The dense forests and endless snowfields provided something no other place could. A perfect stage for a man who wanted to play God. There were no neighbors to hear screams, no roads to lead back to safety, and no police patrols to stumble upon what lay hidden in the trees. In Anchorage, women began to disappear. At first, their names hardly made the news. Many were young, transient, and living on the fringes of society. Dancers, hitchhikers, and sex workers who slipped easily into anonymity. When one went missing, people whispered. When two vanished, there was unease. But when the numbers grew, the air itself seemed to change. Fear moved through the city like frost creeping across a window pane. Slow, invisible, inevitable. Locals tried not to talk about it. The police, overwhelmed and understaffed, chalked up many cases to runaways. The frozen wilderness was full of dangers. Accidents, predators, exposure. It was easy to believe that people simply got lost. But under that blanket of denial, the truth was far darker. Someone was hunting, and the wilderness was helping him hide the evidence. Robert Hansen lived comfortably within this environment of quiet ignorance. He knew how to blend in. A family man with a small business, he seemed like the least likely suspect in any crime. He even volunteered in the community, sometimes baking goods for charity events. Those who knew him described him as awkward but harmless, the kind of man who struggled with confidence but meant no harm. What they could not see was the volcano of anger and control buried beneath his calm exterior. A rage that had been festering since childhood, feeding on rejection, humiliation, and a desire for dominance that no ordinary outlet could satisfy. Anchorage's geography mirrored Hansen's mind. Just as the city stood on the border between civilization and wilderness, Hansen existed between normality and madness. In the daylight, he kneaded dough, greeted customers, and laughed politely. At night, his fantasies grew darker. He spent hours alone, planning hunts that only he knew about. He practiced with his bow and rifle until his precision became unnerving. He studied the terrain, the riverbanks, the airstrips that stretched into the woods. For him, the landscape was no longer nature. It was an extension of his own cruelty. People often imagine evil as something that announces itself. A face, a look, a gesture that betrays the monster inside. But in Hansen's case, evil was quiet. It moved with the rhythm of a baker's hands, hidden behind flour and smiles. When he looked at his family, his children, his customers, there was no hint of what he would become. Yet, inside, the transformation had already begun. By 1971, reports of missing women had started to accumulate, though few connected the dots. The Alaskan wilderness swallowed them with frightening ease. A missing person report would be filed. A search might be attempted, but soon the snow would come, erasing everything. For Hansen, it was perfect. He could choose his victims from the same city that admired his baking, lure them with offers of money or safety, and then vanish with them into the wild. The quiet baker of Anchorage had found a way to live two lives. One was ordinary, filled with ovens, frosting, and friendly nods. The other was unimaginable, a life of abduction, assault, and murder, carried out with the cold precision of a hunter stalking prey. In time, people would call him the butcher baker. But in those early years, no one even suspected that the man behind the counter at the bakery had already begun his reign of terror. Anchorage slept uneasily as the snow fell thicker each winter. The roads became white veins stretching into an endless, frozen body. Somewhere out there, Hansen's airplane, his prized small aircraft, rested in its hangar waiting. It would soon become his tool, his chariot into the wilderness where no one could hear the cries of his victims. And so, as the decade deepened, the city's lights grew brighter while its shadows grew darker. The cold, it seemed, could preserve more than just the land, it could preserve secrets. And one man's secret was about to become the nightmare of Alaska. Winter in Alaska is unlike any other place on Earth. The night seems to last forever, and the light, when it comes, is pale and fleeting, like the faint glow of memory. During those long, frozen months, the city of Anchorage huddled together under the weight of the cold. Snow muffled the streets, and the silence that fell over the outskirts was so deep it almost felt alive. For most, this quiet was peaceful. But for Robert Hansen, it became a perfect camouflage. A curtain drawn tight between him and the world. He moved through his days without suspicion. The bakery thrived, his reputation grew, and those who met him described him as an ordinary, if slightly shy, man. He was the sort who avoided eye contact, spoke softly, and smiled awkwardly, as though embarrassed by his own presence. Customers saw nothing sinister in the man who handed them their morning pastries. Yet behind that mask of timidity, he was carefully cultivating a fantasy that would soon spill into reality. Anchorage, by its very nature, lent itself to secrets. The wilderness began only minutes from the city's edge, and beyond that stretched endless miles of forest, tundra, and ice. In the 1970s, the roads were rough and poorly lit. Police coverage was sparse, and the harsh weather often delayed any kind of search. This isolation gave Hansen something most killers only dream of: time. He knew that if he chose his victims carefully, no one would come looking quickly. In Alaska, the wilderness didn't just hide things, it erased them. During these years, a certain kind of woman was vanishing, young, independent, and often living on the margins. Many worked as exotic dancers or sex workers, drawn to Anchorage's nightlife economy that catered to oil workers and transient laborers. These women existed in a fragile space between visibility and disappearance. They were seen every night under neon lights, but few knew their real names or where they slept. When they vanished, their absence barely disturbed the surface of the city's routines. Hansen's pattern began quietly. He frequented the same bars and clubs as his prey, blending in among the men who sought temporary companionship. He was awkward, but polite, never aggressive, never loud. That was his trick. His victims never saw danger in him until it was too late. He would offer them money, sometimes hundreds of dollars, for a private meeting or a quick trip. His soft-spoken manner disarmed them. To many, he looked like an easy, harmless customer. He wasn't large or intimidating. He didn't drink heavily or act erratic. But once he had them alone, away from the city lights, his demeanor changed completely. What Hansen did was beyond the comprehension of even seasoned detectives once his crimes were finally uncovered. He didn't kill out of impulse. He prepared, plotted, and executed his crimes with precision. His airplane, a small bush plane he flew himself, became an extension of his method. He would fly his victims deep into the Alaskan wilderness, areas accessible only by air, regions where the trees grew thick and the ground remained frozen most of the year. Once there, the true horror began. In the isolation of the tundra, he would release his victims and hunt them like wild game. This was not a metaphor, it was his ritual. He would arm himself with a rifle or bow and arrow, give his victims a head start, and then track them through the brush. For Hansen, this was the ultimate expression of control. It combined his obsession with hunting, his need for dominance, and his deep hatred toward women who represented, in his mind, rejection and humiliation. Each murder was an act of vengeance disguised as sport. The victims who didn't return home were rarely reported missing immediately. Many were drifters, new to the city, or estranged from their families. Hansen understood this perfectly. He targeted the invisible, those whose disappearances would not ignite urgency. It was a cruel calculation, one that gave him confidence to continue. Each successful kill reinforced his sense of power. He was both predator and ghost, able to walk among neighbors who smiled at him, knowing none could imagine what he was doing just beyond the city's reach. By 1975, the police had begun to notice a troubling pattern of missing women, though no bodies had yet been found. The growing number of disappearances was unsettling, but there was little evidence to tie them together. The frozen ground made recovery of remains nearly impossible, and the wilderness was so vast that even with aircraft, a search could cover only a fraction of the possible area. Hansen's careful planning kept him ahead of suspicion. He chose his victims from a transient community and disposed of them in a land that could devour evidence faster than any human effort could recover it. Those who encountered him outside his hunting grounds often described a peculiar nervousness in his behavior. He stuttered slightly when speaking, especially to women. He seemed fragile, even insecure. Few would imagine that this was the same man who, in private, tied his victims, assaulted them, and then led them to their deaths with calm deliberation. He kept souvenirs, jewelry, identification, and sometimes small personal items as trophies. Each piece was a reminder of his control, stored away in his house like relics from a secret war only he was fighting. The darkness that fueled Hansen's crimes was not born overnight. His childhood had already planted the seeds of bitterness that would grow into obsession. But in Anchorage, those seeds found fertile ground. The isolation, the culture of rugged individualism, the tolerance for eccentricity, all these things allowed him to exist unchecked. The city wanted to believe that bad things didn't happen there, that evil belonged to other places, far from their quiet streets. That illusion would hold for a time, but not forever. By the end of the decade, whispers began to circulate among dancers and sex workers. Some spoke of a man with glasses who offered them money and then turned violent. Others shared rumors of girls who got into his car and never came back. The police still had no clear suspect, but the fear among the women was growing. They began to look out for one another, warning newcomers to be cautious, to memorize license plates, to never go too far from town. In the background of this rising dread, Hansen continued to bake bread, attend church, and go hunting with friends who admired his skill. To them, he was simply Robert, the quiet baker who loved the outdoors. But soon, the silence that had protected him would begin to crack. The wilderness could hide bodies, but it could not hide the truth forever. Anchorage stood on the edge of revelation, unaware that beneath its calm exterior, one of the most chilling serial killers in American history was perfecting his method in the frozen shadows. The story of the butcher-baker was only beginning, and the city that trusted him was about to awaken to a nightmare that had been unfolding for years right under its nose. Chapter 2. A quiet man with a bow, the public face of Robert Hansen. By the time the 1980s dawned upon Alaska, Robert Hansen had become an unremarkable fixture in Anchorage life. A man so ordinary that few ever thought twice about him. He was the friendly baker who woke before dawn, the soft-spoken neighbor who waved politely, the father who kept to himself but always provided for his family. In a place where rugged survivalism defined masculinity, Hansen seemed harmless, even meek. Yet, behind that mild exterior was a hunter whose prey was no longer deer or moose, but human beings. To understand how Robert Hansen lived such a double life, one must step into the quiet rhythm of his days. Each morning, before the sun rose, the smell of yeast and warm dough drifted from his bakery. The glow of the ovens cast soft light on his face as he worked with mechanical precision, kneading, rolling, shaping, his movements practiced and calm. To his customers, he was dependable, a man who made their mornings better, one loaf at a time. Housewives greeted him with smiles. Local kids loved his pastries. Few realized that after the bakery closed, that same man would often pack a rifle, a hunting knife, and ropes before driving into the wilderness that surrounded Anchorage like an endless dark ocean. Hansen had built a reputation among fellow hunters as one of the best shots in the state. His skill with a bow and arrow bordered on legendary. He would spend hours at shooting ranges, perfecting his aim until it became second nature. On weekends, he flew his small airplane, a Piper Super Cub, into remote areas for hunting trips. Those who joined him on legitimate excursions admired his patience, his discipline, his almost reverent respect for the hunt. But beneath that admiration lay something they didn't see. Hansen wasn't drawn to hunting because of sport. He was drawn to the power it gave him, the feeling of control over life and death. The irony of Hansen's public life was almost cinematic. He had achieved what many in Anchorage saw as the American dream. After a difficult youth, he owned his own business, had a wife and children, a home, and even a private plane. He was a respected member of a hunting club, where he often boasted about his trophies. Photographs of him posing with animals he'd killed decorated the walls of his home. He smiled in those pictures, a smile that, to anyone else, seemed like pride in a hobby, but to Hansen, it was satisfaction in the mastery of killing. Those who knew him socially noticed that Hansen was awkward, particularly around women. He had a persistent stutter, and conversations often made him visibly anxious. His shyness, combined with his small stature and receding hairline, earned him quiet pity from some and dismissal from others. He was not the kind of man who attracted attention or inspired fear, and that was precisely his advantage. The image of the timid baker protected him better than any disguise could. In the community, he was known for his reliability. When friends needed help, he was there. When hunters talked about guns or bow hunting, Hansen was knowledgeable, even enthusiastic. He joined church events, donated baked goods, and spoke fondly of his family. His life appeared stable, predictable, safe. He had transformed himself into the kind of man people trusted without question. No one suspected that behind this carefully maintained facade was a man who viewed women as prey to be captured, dominated, and discarded. It's often said that serial killers are creatures of pattern, and Hansen's pattern was chillingly precise. He selected his victims from Anchorage's darker corners, targeting women who worked in the city's adult entertainment scene. Many were vulnerable, living transient lives, often far from home, some struggling with addiction. He would approach them politely, offering money for photos or private company, disarming them with his quiet tone and seeming kindness. Once they were alone, his demeanor would shift from awkward to coldly methodical. The stuttering man who couldn't look a woman in the eye became a predator who planned every move. Hansen's fascination with control went beyond the act of murder. It was rooted in deep psychological scars from his past, years of rejection and ridicule that left him bitter and humiliated. Every hunt was a twisted form of revenge against the women he believed had mocked or ignored him. In his mind, the wilderness transformed him from a stammering outcast into a powerful hunter. The isolation of the forest erased his insecurities, leaving only the thrill of pursuit and the illusion of superiority. While the police remained unaware of his growing list of victims, Hansen maintained his image of normalcy flawlessly. He had minor brushes with the law in earlier years, petty thefts, insurance fraud, but nothing that suggested the depth of his crimes. Even those incidents were dismissed as poor judgment, not malice. Anchorage law enforcement had no reason to connect him to the missing women, and even if they had, the lack of physical evidence made prosecution almost impossible. The wilderness was his ally. It devoured all traces of what he had done. As the years passed, the missing persons list grew longer. Women were vanishing, and their names were whispered among those who worked the city's nightlife. Some claimed to have encountered a man who fit Hansen's description, a soft-spoken loner with glasses and a nervous smile, but such sightings were fleeting and unreliable. In a city where hundreds of strangers came and went every month, these details led nowhere. Meanwhile, Hansen continued to live the image of an unassuming family man. His wife, Darla, was devoted to him, a woman who taught Sunday school and maintained a quiet, structured home. She suspected nothing. Hansen treated her and their children with outward affection. He attended church with them, took family photos, and participated in school events. To everyone who saw them, they were an ordinary, loving family. What they didn't know was that when Hansen kissed his children goodnight, he sometimes left the house hours later to stalk the streets where he hunted his victims. His hunting trophies became more than just reminders of animals he had killed. Some victims' belongings, jewelry, identification cards, small trinkets, found their way into his collection, hidden carefully in his home. Each item held a dark meaning, a symbol of power and victory. They were the only traces of the women who had vanished into the snow that in Alaska's isolated beauty. Evil could thrive unnoticed. Hansen's two lives, Baker and Butcher, existed side by side, never colliding, always hidden beneath the forgiving stillness of the northern landscape. His plane was the bridge between those worlds, lifting him from the city into the silence where he ruled alone. From above, the wilderness looked serene and endless. But somewhere within that endlessness lay shallow graves that the snow would soon conceal. To be why the early 1980s, Anchorage had accepted Robert Hansen as one of its own. A mild man, a good baker, a skilled hunter. No one could have guessed that behind that quiet face was a predator whose crimes would soon shock the nation and redefine the very idea of what it meant to be a serial killer. The truth was waiting, buried beneath the ice. When people in Anchorage spoke of Robert Hansen during those years, the tone was one of mild respect mixed with quiet indifference. He was known but not memorable. The man who owned the bakery on 9th Avenue, the one who got up before dawn to make bread while the rest of the city still slept. He was a part of the community's routine, the invisible sort of person everyone recognizes but no one really sees. That invisibility was precisely what kept him safe. While the city carried on, Hansen was living a double life that blurred the boundaries between hunter and human, between ordinary man and calculating murderer. His passion for hunting seemed harmless to those who knew him. In Alaska, it was almost a cultural rite of passage. The wild was both playground and proving ground for men who defined themselves by their ability to survive within it. Hansen fit neatly into that mold. His hunting trophies decorated the walls of his home, and he proudly shared photos of his expeditions. He was particularly fond of his bow and arrow, an ancient weapon that required patience and precision. He claimed it made the hunt fairer, more challenging. Yet deep down, that weapon became something symbolic to him. It wasn't merely a tool for sport. It was a way to channel his darker urges. When Hansen was out in the wilderness, something inside him changed. Away from the city, away from people, his awkward stutter and timid smile fell away. The quiet baker who flinched in conversation became a different man altogether. A patient, meticulous hunter who knew how to stalk, trap, and kill. The endless Alaskan landscape was his canvas, the snow his veil, the silence his ally. And though he often returned from legitimate hunting trips with moose or bear, there were other trips no one ever spoke of, journeys he took alone into the same wilderness where his victims vanished without a trace. It's chilling to imagine the kind of compartmentalization required to live as Robert Hansen did. During the day, he kneaded dough, greeted customers, and smiled politely. At night, he prowled Anchorage's seedier corners, scouting for women who fit the same tragic pattern. Vulnerable, transient, unseen. He would select them carefully, always using his calm demeanor to lull them into a false sense of safety. Once they were in his car or near his plane, their fates were sealed. Those who survived encounters with him before his capture described the same unnerving shift in personality. One moment he was shy and polite, the next cold and detached, commanding total control. He would bind them, threaten them, and eventually fly them into remote areas only he knew. There, in the endless quiet of the Alaskan wilderness, he would play out his fantasies in a ritual that combined cruelty, domination, and something disturbingly methodical. For Hansen, it wasn't chaos, it was order. He was enacting a pattern that he had perfected in his mind for years. At home, he hid behind the mask of normalcy. His wife, Darla, was an educator at a local school, well-liked and deeply religious. Their children were quiet and disciplined. They lived in a modest house filled with the smells of baking bread and wood smoke, a picture of domestic calm. To neighbors, the Hansen family was ordinary, almost idyllic. If there was any tension in their home, it was invisible. Darla was unaware that her husband spent his nights in Anchorage's red light districts, searching for victims under the flickering neon signs. She had no idea that his small private plane, which she thought was used for hunting trips, had become a vessel of horror. Hansen's ability to deceive was rooted in his understanding of human perception. He knew that people saw what they expected to see. A man with a family, a business, and a polite smile did not fit the image of a killer. He made sure never to appear impulsive or erratic. He paid his taxes, contributed to community events, and kept his bakery spotless. Every part of his public identity was built to conceal his private monstrosity. Anchorage police, meanwhile, struggled to make sense of the increasing number of missing women. The city's nightlife was chaotic, transient, and difficult to monitor. Many victims were sex workers who did not have close family connections or who were hesitant to report threats. The few who did speak to the police described encounters with a man who matched Hansen's general appearance. But these reports were vague and fragmented. Without solid evidence or consistent witness accounts, the cases were filed away, often dismissed as voluntary disappearances. The darkness of Hansen's crimes deepened as his confidence grew. Each successful abduction emboldened him further. He began to refine his methods, using his experience as a hunter to erase traces of his crimes. He kept maps of remote regions, marking certain spots with small excess, his own grim record of where bodies lay hidden. These maps, later found by investigators, would become key evidence in understanding the true scale of his killings. But for years, they remained a secret, tucked away in the quiet confines of his home. He wasn't impulsive. Hansen operated according to ritual. Each step was calculated: the approach, the abduction, the flight into the wilderness, the pursuit, and the kill. To him, it was not merely murder but a performance of dominance. He often told himself that his victims deserved their fate, convincing himself that he was enacting some form of twisted justice for the rejection he had suffered throughout his life. This psychological self-deception was crucial to maintaining his dual identity. It allowed him to bake bread for children in the morning and bury bodies in frozen soil by night without seeing contradiction. Even his friends, men who hunted alongside him, never noticed anything unusual. They saw his skill, his patience, and his calm demeanor. In hindsight, some would recall moments that felt strange. A certain intensity in his eyes, a fascination with the idea of a fair hunt. But at the time, those details meant nothing. Hansen was simply another Alaskan man who loved the outdoors. What made Robert Hansen's existence so chilling was not only the brutality of his crimes but the perfection of his disguise. He lived within the heart of the community he was quietly destroying, shaking hands with customers, laughing at small jokes, attending church, all while planning his next kill. The contrast between his two lives was so vast, so seamless, that it would take a miraculous stroke of survival to finally expose the truth. That miracle would come in the form of a single young woman, a survivor who escaped Hansen's grip and lived to tell her story. Her courage would unravel the web of deceit that Hansen had woven so carefully for years. But before her voice broke the silence, Anchorage continued to live under the shadow of a killer no one suspected, and Robert Hansen continued to smile, bake, and hunt. Chapter 3: Childhood of a Monster, the Boy from Iowa. Long before the frozen wilderness of Alaska became Robert Hansen's private hunting ground, there was a small town in Iowa, a quiet, unassuming place surrounded by cornfields and long empty roads. It was here, far from the icy frontier, that the seeds of his darkness were planted. The story of how a timid baker became one of America's most chilling serial killers begins not in blood or violence, but in loneliness, humiliation, and a desperate need to belong. Robert Christian Hansen was born on February 15, 1939, in Esterville, Iowa, a town so small that everyone knew everyone else. His father, a stern Danish immigrant, owned a bakery, and from a young age, Robert was expected to help with the demanding early hours of the family business. His mother was quiet, reserved, and often overshadowed by her husband's strict discipline. Life in the Hansen household revolved around work, rules, and silence. Affection was rare. Praise was rarer still. As a boy, Robert was painfully shy. He developed a severe stutter that made him the target of relentless teasing from classmates. Speaking was difficult, socializing nearly impossible. The more they laughed, the deeper he withdrew. Teachers described him as intelligent but detached, a boy who seemed to exist on the edges of the room. He found comfort only in solitary hobbies: drawing, hunting, and working at his father's bakery. The smell of bread became the backdrop of his childhood, a strange blend of comfort and control. His father's expectations were rigid. Robert was often criticized, scolded for small mistakes, and made to feel inadequate. His attempts to please his father were met with more demands. Over time, the boy who once sought approval began to simmer with quiet resentment. He felt invisible in his own family, unwanted at school, and trapped in a body that betrayed him every time he tried to speak. Puberty brought no relief. His severe acne left deep scars across his face, and his awkwardness around girls turned into bitterness. While other teenagers dated and socialized, Robert spent his time alone, practicing archery or helping in the bakery before dawn. In a small town where image and confidence mattered, Hansen felt like a permanent outsider. He longed for connection but feared rejection so deeply that it twisted into hatred. To him, the world had decided early on that he would never belong. His first real sense of power came not from people but from hunting. He learned to track small animals in the woods outside town, discovering that in nature he could control everything: the chase, the aim, the kill. Out there, he didn't stutter. He didn't blush or stumble. The forest didn't mock him. It listened. The precision and patience that made him a skilled hunter also fed a darker realization. In the wilderness, he could decide who lived and who died. As he grew older, Hansen's isolation hardened into resentment. He watched other young men flirt, marry, and move on with ease, while he remained alone. He told himself that women ignored him because of his face, his voice, his awkwardness. What began as frustration slowly evolved into an obsession. He fantasized about making them notice him, about control, about revenge. But those thoughts remained buried for the time being, hidden beneath a quiet, obedient exterior. In 1957, at 18, Robert Hansen enlisted in the U.S. Army Reserve, seeking escape from the suffocating monotony of his small-town life. For a brief time, it seemed like he might find direction. The Army offered structure and purpose, but his social insecurities persisted. He served honorably but never formed meaningful relationships. After leaving the military, he returned to Iowa and took a job as a bakery assistant, following in his father's footsteps. The cycle repeated: early mornings, flour-dusted clothes, and endless silence. Yet beneath that calm surface, Hansen was beginning to unravel. His fantasies of revenge grew stronger, and his resentment toward women deepened. He viewed them not as people but as symbols of the rejection he had endured. His thoughts darkened to violence. By the age of 21, he committed his first known criminal act, a shocking one for the quiet baker's son. In 1960, Hansen convinced a younger employee to help him set fire to a school bus garage, apparently as an act of rebellion against the community that had mocked him for years. The fire destroyed several buses and made headlines across town. When he was caught, Hansen showed no remorse. During his trial, psychologists noted his immaturity, his feelings of inferiority, and his deep-seated anger toward society. He was sentenced to 3 years in prison but served only 20 months. During that time, he was diagnosed with bipolar disorder and antisocial tendencies. Yet upon release, he appeared calm and reformed. To everyone watching, it looked as if prison had humbled him. In truth, it only taught him how to hide his true self more effectively. After his release, Hansen married a young woman from his church, hoping that marriage would bring him stability and respect. For a while, it did. He moved to Pocahontas, Iowa, opened a small bakery, and seemed determined to live quietly. But his resentments didn't vanish. They merely hid behind the surface of his polite smile. He continued to struggle with intimacy, control, and anger. Eventually, his marriage crumbled, unable to withstand the emotional distance and peculiar behavior that haunted him. Hansen's pattern of behavior was becoming clear. Public decency, private rage. Every failure fed his need for dominance. Every rejection deepened his desire for control. His next move would take him far from the cornfields of Iowa to the cold, untamed expanse of Alaska, a place where a man could disappear and reinvent himself entirely. When Hansen finally left Iowa for Anchorage in 1967, he told friends he wanted a fresh start, a new life, a new business. But what he really sought was freedom, the kind that only isolation could provide. In Alaska, the wilderness offered not just opportunity, but anonymity. There, the quiet boy from Iowa could become whoever he wanted. And in time, that boy would become something far worse than anyone could have imagined. The journey from humiliation to horror had begun, and the frozen frontier was waiting to welcome its newest predator. When Robert Hansen arrived in Alaska in 1967, it was as though fate had handed him a blank canvas. The sprawling wilderness, the long winters, and the scattered population offered exactly what he had been seeking all his life: freedom from judgment and the chance to build an identity untouched by the ghosts of his past. In Anchorage, he opened a small bakery, and to the townspeople, he seemed nothing more than a hard-working, soft-spoken man with a quiet demeanor. No one could have guessed that beneath that mild exterior was a storm that had been brewing since childhood. At first, life in Alaska appeared to soothe him. The locals respected his work ethic. His pastries were popular, and he even remarried. He hunted in the vast forests, fished in the cold rivers, and spent long hours perfecting his marksmanship with both bow and rifle. Hunting, to Hansen, wasn't merely a pastime, it was an art form. It provided him with a sense of mastery and power that no human interaction ever could. Out in the wilderness, where silence ruled and the only sound was the wind through the trees, he felt at home. For a man who had been mocked all his life, the Alaskan frontier offered validation. He was skilled, strong, and respected among fellow hunters. He broke state records for bow hunting and even had his trophies displayed in the local shop. People saw him as humble, even gentle. He would donate bread to charities, attend church, and smile at customers while selling them cinnamon rolls. To the outside world, Robert Hansen was a picture of small-town decency. Yet behind that facade, his mind was darkening once again. The isolation that once comforted him now became fuel for his old resentments. Deep down, Hansen still despised those he believed had mocked or ignored him, especially women. The glamorous dancers who came to Anchorage for seasonal work and the women who frequented the bars near 4th Avenue became objects of both fascination and fury. They represented everything he could never have in high school: beauty, confidence, and control. And in his mind, they deserved punishment for it. Psychologists would later describe Hansen's personality as a chilling mix of inferiority and narcissism. He saw himself as a victim of society but secretly believed he was smarter and more capable than everyone else. This contradiction fueled his cruelty. Whenever he felt slighted or rejected, he fantasized about revenge. He began visiting the red light districts under the guise of shyness. But these encounters stirred something sinister within him. The thrill wasn't just in the interaction. It was in the thought of dominance. His fantasy life began to expand beyond control. He started building a private collection of weapons, guns, knives, hunting bows, and he spent evenings sketching detailed maps of remote areas in the Alaskan wilderness. The same patience and precision he used in baking and archery now turned toward something darker. He was crafting a world where he could be the hunter once again, only this time, the prey would not be animals. But before his fantasies took physical form, his fragile sense of control began to fracture in other ways. His marriage grew cold. His wife noticed his temper, his secretive behavior, his sudden absences. At times, he'd vanish into the woods for days under the pretense of hunting. When he returned, he was calm, eerily calm. It was as if the wilderness had swallowed his rage and returned him empty, cleansed for a while, until the next eruption. Then came a breaking point in the early 1970s. Hansen was caught stealing a chainsaw and served a brief jail sentence. Most men might have been humbled by another brush with the law, but Hansen wasn't like most men. Prison only reinforced his old lesson. Never let them see who you really are. Upon release, he doubled down on his quiet, neighborly image. He opened a new bakery on 9th Avenue, attended church more often, and smiled through every transaction. The people of Anchorage saw him as a reformed man, a model citizen, but beneath that calm exterior, his fantasies had evolved into meticulous plans. He began to lure women from the red light districts, promising them money or flights in his private bush plane. Hansen had earned his pilot's license and bought a small aircraft, an ordinary indulgence for an Alaskan outdoorsman, but for him, it was a means to something far darker. He could now transport his victims to remote, untraceable areas, miles away from civilization. His methods would later horrify investigators for their precision. He would take women to his cabin or fly them deep into the Alaskan wilderness. If they resisted, he would chain them, assault them, and then release them into the wild, only to hunt them down with a rifle or bow, as if they were game. It was the ultimate expression of power for a man who had spent his life feeling powerless. But this pattern, terrifying as it sounds, didn't emerge overnight. It was built slowly, layer by layer, from years of bitterness, rejection, and secret rage. What made Hansen so terrifying wasn't just his brutality. It was how normal he seemed. He had a wife, children, and a business. He went to church and baked pastries for the police officers who would one day arrest him. To everyone who met him, Robert Hansen was a kind, soft-spoken man, a family man. He even volunteered for community events. The duality of his life, the respectable baker and the hidden predator, was so complete that no one suspected a thing. In the evenings, when the streets of Anchorage were lit by neon bars and the hum of airplanes filled the sky, Hansen would drive through the seedy areas, watching, waiting. He learned which women were new, which were desperate, which might trust him. And when he found one who fit his silent checklist, he would approach her with the same calm, polite manner that had earned him the trust of his neighbors. His voice, soft and stuttering, made him seem harmless. That was his mask, the one that would lure dozens of women to their deaths. Yet even as his crimes began to take shape, Hansen remained a ghost in plain sight. His victims were often women whose disappearances went unnoticed or were dismissed as runaways. Police reports piled up, but no one connected them. Alaska in the 1970s was still wild and transient, a place where people came and went without leaving a trace. For Robert Hansen, it was the perfect hunting ground. In the years to come, he would perfect his rituals, refine his cruelty, and carve out a reputation among the most cold-blooded killers in American history. But at this point in his story, the world still saw him as nothing more than a shy, hard-working baker with a fondness for the outdoors. The people of Anchorage bought his pastries in the morning, never realizing that by nightfall, he might be out there in the cold, stalking his next victim beneath the endless Alaskan sky. The boy from Iowa who once trembled under the laughter of classmates had finally found his stage, and in the wilderness of Alaska, no one could hear his victims scream. Chapter 4. The Frozen Frontier, Alaska's Dark Playground. By the early 1970s, Anchorage, Alaska, was a city caught between two worlds. On one hand, it was a bustling hub for oil workers, hunters, and tourists chasing dreams in the last frontier. On the other, it was still untamed, an edge-of-the-map settlement surrounded by vast, unforgiving wilderness. The streets downtown pulsed with bars, strip clubs, and cheap motels catering to lonely men with cash to burn and few rules to follow. Beneath the northern lights, Anchorage shimmered with opportunity, but in the shadows, it hid the kind of lawlessness that could swallow a person whole. For Robert Hansen, this was paradise. The vast landscape that terrified others felt like home to him. Alaska's sprawling forests, icy rivers, and isolated airstrips offered what he had always wanted: space, freedom, and anonymity. He could vanish for days under the guise of hunting, and no one would question it. Out here, the line between civilization and wilderness blurred, and so did the boundaries of morality. By this time, Hansen had become deeply integrated into Anchorage life. He was the quiet baker with the stutter, the polite man who greeted customers with shy smiles. He sponsored a local archery club, taught hunting skills to young outdoorsmen, and boasted an impressive collection of trophies from moose, bear, and caribou hunts. To the people around him, he embodied the Alaskan spirit: hardworking, rugged, and self-reliant. Yet, behind those calm eyes, something sinister was taking root. Hansen's fascination with hunting was evolving beyond sport. For him, the thrill no longer came from tracking animals. It came from the idea of controlling another person's fate. He began frequenting Anchorage's red light district, known as 4th Avenue, where sex workers, dancers, and runaways gathered beneath flickering neon lights. The transient nature of the area made it perfect for a predator. Many women who disappeared were never reported missing. Others were simply written off as runaways. To understand why Hansen's crimes went unnoticed for so long, one has to understand Alaska itself. During the oil boom years, Anchorage became a magnet for fortune seekers. The influx of transient workers brought crime, vice, and desperation. Law enforcement was stretched thin, and missing persons cases, especially involving sex workers, were often deprioritized. For someone like Hansen, it was the perfect cover. By day, he kneaded dough and sold pastries. By night, he prowled the city's dimly lit streets in his pickup truck, scanning for potential victims. He had developed a pattern of approach that was almost rehearsed. He would start with small talk, his shy stutter disarming the women he met. He'd tell them he was a quiet man who owned a bakery, a husband with kids who just wanted some company. For women used to aggressive clients, his gentleness seemed refreshing. He offered large sums of money for private encounters, and if they hesitated, he would promise a short plane ride to a special spot where they could relax and be alone. Once the door closed behind them, however, the illusion shattered. Hansen would pull a gun, handcuff them, and transport them, sometimes by car, sometimes by plane, to his cabin in the Matanuska Valley. There, the women were stripped of control. Some were assaulted and later released if they didn't resist. Others weren't so fortunate. For those who fought or angered him, Hansen's punishment was monstrous. He would fly them deep into the wilderness, far from any signs of life, and release them into the woods, terrified, barefoot, freezing. Then he would hunt them like prey. It was a deadly game of cat and mouse, played in silence beneath the canopy of pine trees. Hansen, armed with a rifle or bow, would stalk them for hours, sometimes days. When he finally took aim, he didn't rush. He savored the moment. The hunter who once felt powerless now controlled every breath, every scream, every heartbeat of his victims. It was domination in its purest, most horrifying form. These hunts left no witnesses. The Alaskan wilderness swallowed his crimes as efficiently as he planned them. Snow-covered footprints, animals scattered remains, and vast distances made recovery impossible. Each disappearance was an isolated mystery, blending into the natural rhythm of Alaska's rough and dangerous life. Despite his growing cruelty, Hansen maintained his outward calm. He continued to bake bread, smile for neighbors, and attend church with his family. He even flew his wife and children on small trips in his plane, the same aircraft he used to transport victims. It was the perfect disguise, the quiet family man no one would suspect. But inside, his dual life began to take a toll. His anger flared unpredictably. He kept detailed souvenirs, jewelry, driver's licenses, little tokens that reminded him of each hunt. These trophies were more than memories. They were proof of his control. As the years passed, Anchorage began to notice a chilling pattern. Women, particularly dancers and sex workers, were vanishing at an alarming rate. Some were last seen getting into vehicles matching Hansen's description. Others were never seen again after leaving Fourth Avenue bars. Yet the police, stretched thin and facing a constant flood of transient visitors, struggled to connect the dots. In many cases, bodies weren't found, and those that were often lay so deep in the woods that even seasoned trackers struggled to recover them. But Hansen was meticulous. He kept a secret map hidden behind a ceiling tile in his house, a map marked with small XS denoting places in the wilderness. Each mark represented a hunt, a kill, a memory he had preserved in his mind. These weren't random locations. They were carefully chosen places he knew intimately from his hunting trips. Over time, the map became a dark reflection of his soul. a record of the wilderness he had claimed not for sport, but for death. By 1980, Anchorage had changed. The oil boom had slowed, but the nightlife remained. And in that nightlife, fear was beginning to spread. Dancers whispered to each other about a man with a stutter, a soft-spoken customer who offered too much money for private meetings. Some said he was harmless, others said he gave them chills. The police had no composite sketch, no clear suspect, and no idea that the man who baked pastries for the community was the same man burying bodies in the frozen ground. Hansen had become what he always wanted to be, unseen, untouchable, and in control. Yet with every successful hunt, he pushed his luck further. He started taking greater risks, targeting women who might be missed, who might have families or friends who would demand answers. His need for domination was turning into recklessness, and the deep quiet of the Alaskan wilderness. Robert Hansen was becoming a ghost story, a whisper among women who worked the bars, a faceless fear in the back of every mind. But for the predator himself, it was simply another night under the endless northern sky, another hunt waiting to begin. The Alaskan wilderness was vast enough to hide anything or anyone. Snow-covered ridges, silent valleys, and thick forests created a landscape that swallowed secrets whole. For Robert Hansen, it was the perfect partner to his monstrous desires. Each time he took a woman deep into that frozen expanse, he was confident that no one would ever find her. And for years, he was right. By the late 1970s, Hansen's crimes had become almost ritualistic. He would drive through Anchorage's seedy districts late at night, scanning the sidewalks for women who looked vulnerable, new arrivals, runaways, or those desperate for quick cash. His speech impediment and mild demeanor worked in his favor. He didn't look like a threat. Many women described him as polite, even timid. He would offer them a large sum of money for an encounter, sometimes hundreds of dollars, and promise that it would be easy and safe. Once they agreed, he would lead them to his car or private plane. For some, the nightmare began immediately. For others, it started later, when they realized that Hansen's smile was a mask. At gunpoint, he would handcuff and blindfold them, telling them he just wanted obedience, that no one had to get hurt if they listened. But those were lies. Once he flew them into the wilderness, miles from civilization, he became something else entirely, and the cold silence of Alaska's forests. He transformed from a timid baker into a calculating hunter. He would remove their restraints, give them a small head start, and then, like it was a twisted game, he'd begin to track them. The sound of snapping twigs, the rush of the wind, the crunch of snow beneath their feet. All of it fed his exhilaration. Sometimes he would toy with his victims, letting them believe they might escape before emerging from the trees, weapon in hand. The cruelty of it was not just in the violence, but in the deliberate terror. He wanted them to feel what he had felt his entire life: fear, powerlessness, humiliation. In his mind, this was justice. The shy boy from Iowa, once mocked and overlooked, had rewritten his role in the world. Out there, beneath the cold northern lights, he was the one in control. He dictated every movement, every scream, every heartbeat. Some victims tried to reason with him, offering pleas, promises, or prayer. Some begged for mercy, others tried to run. But to Hansen, these were just part of the hunt. He rarely shot them immediately. He waited until exhaustion or panic set in, then took his shot, often with a hunting rifle or bow. When the final moment came, he would watch the life leave their eyes with chilling satisfaction. Afterwards, he buried their bodies in shallow graves, marking each spot on his private map, a map that would later become the key to revealing his atrocities. The few who escaped his grasp described him with trembling voices. They spoke of the stutter, the soft-spoken manner that turned instantly to rage, the gun pressed against their backs, the fear of being flown to nowhere. Some of these women reported their encounters to police, but without clear evidence, little could be done. Anchorage's law enforcement was overburdened, and transient victims, especially those from the sex trade, were often dismissed. Hansen's crimes slipped through the cracks, lost in a system that failed to see the pattern. During this time, Hansen continued to build his reputation as an upstanding citizen. He joined local clubs, donated pastries to the police department, and went on family outings. He even received recognition for his hunting achievements, his name appearing in record books for his archery kills. It was almost unthinkable that such a man could be capable of the horrors taking place in the wilderness just beyond town. His duplicity was perfect, so perfect that even those closest to him suspected nothing. But by the early 1980s, the first signs of exposure began to surface. Hunters and hikers started finding skeletal remains in remote areas, sometimes partially unearthed by animals. The remains were often too decayed to identify, but one detail was consistent. The locations were isolated and difficult to reach, accessible only by small aircraft. These discoveries began to alarm authorities. The idea that a serial predator might be using Alaska's wilderness as a killing ground was almost too grim to believe. In 1980, a woman named Cindy Paulson narrowly escaped from Hansen's clutches, marking the beginning of his downfall. She was a young sex worker who had been abducted, handcuffed, and taken to Hansen's home. He chained her by the neck, assaulted her, and told her he would fly her to his remote cabin the next day. But while he prepared his plane, she managed to flee barefoot into the freezing streets of Anchorage, still wearing the shackles. A passing motorist picked her up and drove her to safety. Cindy's account was horrifying. She described Hansen's home, his plane, and the terrifying threats he made. She even led police to the small airstrip where he kept his aircraft. But Hansen was well practiced in deception. When questioned, he came across as calm and cooperative. He told police that the woman was simply trying to extort him and that they had a consensual encounter. His friends, his wife, and even several local officers vouched for his character. The case against him collapsed and Hansen walked free. Still, suspicions lingered. Investigators began to quietly note the growing number of missing women and the eerie similarities in their disappearances. Hansen's name appeared again and again in connection with women who had vanished. But without hard evidence, he remained untouchable. The wilderness, his weapon of choice, erased his crimes too efficiently. Meanwhile, Hansen's confidence grew. Each successful abduction made him bolder. He refined his tactics, choosing victims with increasing precision. He kept meticulous notes about his hunts, his trophies, and even buried personal items belonging to the women he killed. In his mind, he was creating a legacy, a secret record of his dominance over life and death in Alaska's most remote corners. Anchorage, at that time, was still blissfully unaware that one of its most respected residents was preying on its most vulnerable. The people who bought his pastries in the morning were the same ones reading newspaper reports about missing women by night. But the connection remained invisible. The city's twin realities, the ordinary and the monstrous, existed side by side, never quite touching. And through it all, Hansen remained calm, composed, and careful. He continued to bake, to hunt, to smile. He believed he was smarter than the police, safer than his victims, and stronger than his past. The frozen frontier had given him everything he needed: the silence to hide his secrets, the space to play his deadly games, and the isolation to make sure no one ever heard the screams. But the wilderness that once concealed his crimes was slowly turning against him. The bones buried in the snow would not stay hidden forever, and soon, Alaska's frozen ground would begin to thaw, revealing the truth piece by piece, and marking the beginning of the end for the man the world would come to know as the Butcher Baker. Chapter 5. The game begins hunting humans. The year was 1980, and Anchorage had begun to settle into the rhythm of a city growing too quickly for its own good. Oil money had brought an influx of people chasing fast fortunes. Workers, thrill-seekers, and drifters who filled the bars and nightclubs each night. Amid this chaos, Robert Hansen appeared like the last person anyone would suspect of harboring such darkness. He was the man who arrived at dawn to open his bakery, who greeted customers with a soft smile, and who handed out free pastries to police officers stopping in for coffee. No one could have guessed that after those polite exchanges, he would retreat to his hidden world. A world built on deception, violence, and control that in Hansen's mind. His crimes were not acts of rage but a twisted form of sport. Hunting had always been his greatest passion, but the thrill of shooting animals had long faded. He needed something more unpredictable, something that could make his heart race again. In his eyes, human prey was the ultimate challenge. The idea took root slowly, nourished by years of humiliation and resentment. His victims would not only give him the thrill of the hunt, they would give him revenge against the world that had mocked and ignored him. It began with smaller acts, moments that blurred the line between fantasy and reality. He would visit the bars on 4th Avenue, chatting quietly with dancers and escorts. At first, he was cautious, testing how easily they trusted him, how desperate they were for money, how alone they really were. His stutter, once a lifelong source of shame, became his camouflage. The women saw him as awkward but harmless. They never saw the shift that occurred once they were alone. Hansen's first human hunts were clumsy, experimental. He would lure a woman into his truck, pull a gun, and drive her into the woods outside Anchorage. He learned quickly what frightened them most, how to break their will without drawing attention. Some women he released after assaulting them, letting them go because they had cooperated or because he feared getting caught. Others, he decided, would never leave those woods alive. His hunting grounds stretched across some of the most remote terrain imaginable. Dense forests, glacial valleys, and gravel riverbanks far from any road. Hansen knew these areas like the back of his hand. He had spent years mapping them during his legitimate hunting trips, marking locations where he could land his plane, hide bodies, and cover his tracks. Each successful kill emboldened him further. He developed a cold, methodical system. First, he would pick a victim from Anchorage's nightlife, usually a sex worker or dancer who was new in town. He would charm her, offer large sums of money, and then lure her to his home. There, he would threaten her with a gun, chain her, and keep her captive overnight. In the morning, he would drive her to his private airstrip, forcing her at gunpoint into his small Piper Super Cub plane. The flight to his cabin or to the wilderness was short, but for the women, it must have felt endless. When the plane landed, Hansen would sometimes let his captives think he was setting them free. He would tell them to run. He'd even give them a small head start. Then he'd pick up his rifle or bow and follow. He moved through the trees silently, his senses sharpened by adrenaline. Every rustle of branches, every snapped twig told him where his prey was heading. He took his time, drawing out the chase, savoring the power. It was a game where only he knew the rules, and it always ended the same way. What made his crimes so effective was his patience. He didn't strike in frenzy. He planned with precision. His familiarity with the terrain made him a ghost. He knew how to erase footprints, how to scatter remains, how to use the wilderness itself as a weapon. The Alaskan landscape was both his hunting ground and his accomplice. Those who encountered him in daily life saw none of this. His neighbors saw a mild, kind man who baked bread and loved bow hunting. His wife and children saw a quiet father who worked hard and occasionally went on long hunting trips. Even when police began to note the rise in missing women, Hansen's name didn't draw suspicion. He had no obvious motive, no violent criminal record. He was invisible, the perfect predator hiding in plain sight. Hansen's sense of control became an addiction. The trophies he kept from his victims, jewelry, ID cards, sometimes clothing, were more than souvenirs. They were tokens of triumph. Late at night, when the bakery was closed and the house was silent, he would take these trophies out, handle them carefully, and relive the hunts. Each item was a reminder of the moment he had felt untouchable. And when the memories began to fade, he would go out and create new ones. He recorded each kill in his own chilling way. Behind a ceiling panel in his house, Hansen hid a hand-drawn map of Alaska marked with tiny red X's. To anyone else, it would look like a chart of hunting sites, but to Hansen, each mark represented a human life taken and buried. He revisited some of these spots later, flying over them just to gaze down on the silent ground below, knowing what lay hidden there. The map wasn't just a record. It was a form of ownership, proof that he had conquered the wild in a way no one else could. Anchorage's police department, meanwhile, was overwhelmed. The missing women cases were piling up, but few connected. Many of the victims were known to move frequently, often using aliases which made tracing them nearly impossible. Some officers speculated that a serial killer might be responsible, but without bodies or witnesses, there was little they could do. The wild Alaskan landscape was too vast, too cruel to yield its secrets easily. By the early 1980s, Hansen's pattern was so deeply ingrained that it had become routine. He could kidnap, fly, kill, and return home within a day, his absence unnoticed, his secret world intact. He felt like he had mastered the art of predation, living two lives with perfect precision. One life kneaded dough and smiled for customers. The other prowled the cold wilderness, armed with a rifle and the cold certainty that no one could ever stop him. But with every new victim, his arrogance grew. He started to take greater risks, approaching women who were known locally, who had friends or colleagues who might notice their disappearance. The web he had spun so carefully was starting to stretch thin. What Hansen didn't know was that the wilderness he relied on so completely was also keeping a quiet record. Each shallow grave, each bullet casing, each forgotten trace of his presence was waiting for the day when the ice would melt and the truth would surface. The hunter was becoming too confident, and Alaska, vast and silent as it was, had started to whisper back. The longer Robert Hansen hunted, the deeper he fell into the illusion that he was untouchable. His crimes, after all, were shrouded by nature itself. The wilderness of Alaska was vast beyond comprehension. Miles upon miles of thick forests, frozen rivers, and rugged mountains where even seasoned hikers vanished without a trace. Hansen had spent years studying every ridge and valley, every hidden clearing that could swallow evidence forever. In his mind, this untamed world existed solely for him, an endless stage where his dark fantasies could come to life without interruption. Each abduction followed a ritual so practiced it felt rehearsed. Hansen would find his next target among the young women working in Anchorage's seedy bars or on 4th Avenue. They were often runaways or newcomers who had drifted north hoping for adventure or quick money. Many were far from home, without family or friends to notice if they suddenly disappeared. To them, Hansen was just another quiet man offering an easy job, perhaps a modeling opportunity or a private photo shoot for quick cash. The promise of money made their guard fall just enough for him to strike. Once they entered his home, the mask of civility vanished. He would draw his gun and assert complete control, forcing his victims to submit, often chaining them to furniture or restraining them in the basement. To him, this was part of the preparation, the moment when prey first realized it had no escape. He would then tell them what would happen next in his unervingly calm voice, explaining that he would fly them into the wilderness, and if they ran, he would hunt them. He wanted them to understand exactly what was coming, because their terror made the chase feel more real. On those flights, the world below seemed impossibly still. Through the plane's small windows, the landscape stretched endlessly. Glittering snowfields, dark rivers, untouched forests. For the women forced aboard, that desolate beauty was a nightmare. Each minute of the flight took them farther from hope, deeper into isolation. By the time the plane landed, there was no one left to hear them scream. Hansen treated these hunts as though they were real sporting expeditions. He carried a hunting knife, a rifle, and occasionally a bow. He dressed in his usual outdoor gear, as if heading out for moose or bear. Sometimes he would set his victims loose and give them the illusion of a chance, commanding them to run while he counted aloud. The women, freezing, disoriented, and desperate, would sprint through the brush, branches tearing at their clothes. Hansen would then follow, steady and deliberate, listening for the faintest sound. The more they tried to hide, the more exhilarated he became. The chase could last hours, sometimes longer, until a single gunshot shattered the silence of the woods. After each kill, Hansen grew more meticulous. He would remove identifying items, bury the bodies in shallow graves, and mark the locations on his secret map. In his mind, this was not murder, it was victory. Each X on the map represented a triumph, a moment of total dominance. And because Alaska's wilderness devoured evidence so efficiently, he believed his secret was eternal. Despite his growing confidence, Anchorage was changing. The number of missing women had reached alarming levels, and even in a transient community, patterns were beginning to emerge. Police had started to notice the similarities between the disappearances. Many of the victims were dancers or sex workers last seen accepting rides from a quiet man with a stutter. Still, without bodies or witnesses, the investigations hit dead ends. Some officers even suspected the women had left voluntarily or fallen victim to harsh weather, drugs, or accidents. Hansen continued to hunt, emboldened by law enforcement's confusion at home. His life remained a perfect disguise. He was the model of normalcy, a respected small business owner, husband, and father. His wife, Darla, knew nothing of the horrors he committed. She worked as a teacher and believed her husband's frequent hunting trips were innocent escapes from his demanding bakery hours. To the church community, Hansen was a quiet, hard-working man with a strong moral backbone. The very traits that made him seem harmless were what allowed him to hide in plain sight. Yet, even predators slip. Hansen's violence began to leave cracks in his carefully built facade. Some of his victims survived, escaped, terrified and covered in bruises, but many were too frightened or ashamed to go to the police. One woman who did report him described how he had threatened her with a gun and tried to fly her to his cabin before she managed to flee. Police investigated, but Hansen had an alibi, bolstered by his friends and reputation. The charges were dropped, reinforcing his sense of invincibility. But Alaska, wild and cold as it was, kept its secrets imperfectly. The brutal winters froze what Hansen buried. But when the thaw came, the earth began to give up what it had hidden. In 1982, the body of a young woman was discovered near the Nick River, and soon after, another was found near Eklutna. Both had been shot with a hunting rifle. The remains showed signs of having been buried hastily. Detectives realized they might be dealing with a serial killer, but identifying the victims proved difficult, as many were transient women who had vanished without formal reports. The media began to take notice. Headlines whispered of a mysterious predator haunting Anchorage, someone targeting women who lived on society's margins. Panic spread among dancers and sex workers, who began traveling in pairs or refusing rides from strangers. The police, under increasing pressure, formed a task force to investigate. They began interviewing men who frequented the area, pilots, hunters, and local businessmen. Hansen's name surfaced more than once, but each time he appeared cooperative, polite, and utterly non-threatening. He even volunteered to take a lie detector test, which he passed easily. The machine could not detect the cold logic behind his words or the steady pulse of a man who believed himself superior to everyone in the room. It was a chilling display of control. Hansen's calmness in those moments was indistinguishable from innocence. Still, something about him lingered in the minds of investigators. He fit too neatly into the pattern. A hunter, a pilot, a man who knew the wilderness intimately. Yet, without physical evidence, the case couldn't move forward. Hansen returned to his bakery, convinced he had once again outsmarted everyone. But his confidence had turned into recklessness. The more he got away with, the less careful he became. He began targeting women closer to Anchorage, sometimes in areas that left traces. Witnesses who remembered his truck, his voice, or his face. It was only a matter of time before one of them escaped at the right moment and found someone willing to believe her story. The net around Robert Hansen was tightening, even if he didn't yet see it. The hunter's wilderness, so vast, so safe, was beginning to shrink around him. Chapter 6. The Invisible Trail. The hunt turns cold. By the early 1980s, Anchorage was changing. But beneath the hum of progress and the neon lights of 4th Avenue, a grim undercurrent flowed unnoticed. Women were vanishing. Dancers, escorts, and drifters who arrived seeking opportunity and adventure, only to disappear into the frozen silence of Alaska's wilderness. Their absence was barely acknowledged at first, dismissed as the transient nature of life in a boomtown. But as months passed and names kept vanishing from the streets, even the most hardened officers began to sense something far darker was taking root in the city's shadows. The police files grew thicker, reports of missing women whose stories were eerily similar. They were young, beautiful, and often last seen accepting a ride from a quiet, bespectacled man. Their cases were often closed without resolution. With few bodies, no witnesses, and a landscape that could swallow evidence whole, the task of solving these disappearances was like chasing ghosts through a blizzard. Anchorage's law enforcement at the time was divided between the city police and the Alaska State Troopers, each handling their share of missing person cases. Unfortunately, the victims' lifestyles worked against them. Many were labeled as high risk, and their disappearances were not always prioritized. It was an era when sex workers were often seen as disposable, and predators like Hansen thrived in that indifference. Robert Hansen's bakery continued to serve its loyal customers. Every morning, the smell of fresh bread and pastries wafted down the street, the hum of mixers and ovens masking the sinister thoughts of the man behind the counter. Hansen's hands kneaded dough with the same precision that once drew a bowstring. His calm, almost timid demeanor made him invisible to suspicion. He was, after all, a husband, a father, a successful small business owner. Who would believe that beneath the flour-dusted apron was a man who had turned Alaska's wilderness into a private killing ground? But in 1982, fate began to shift. Bodies, those he thought forever hidden, were beginning to surface. The first was discovered near Eklutna Road. A young woman buried in a shallow grave, so decomposed that she became known only as Eklutna Annie. Not long after, two more sets of remains were found near the Nick River and Seward Highway. Each discovery carried the same chilling signature: women shot with a .223 caliber rifle, found in remote areas only an experienced outdoorsman or pilot could access. When investigators laid out the crime scenes on a map, a haunting pattern began to emerge. The burial sites formed a loose ring around Anchorage, each one within reach of a small aircraft. To detectives, this detail was no coincidence. They began narrowing their focus to men with both pilots' licenses and hunting backgrounds, those who could travel deep into the wild without leaving a trace. Still, there was no direct link to Hansen. He had taken care to bury his victims far apart, never in identical patterns. He moved his kills across different stretches of terrain, ensuring that even if bodies were discovered, no one could trace the full scope of his crimes. Meanwhile, the Anchorage nightlife continued as usual. New faces appeared every week, and for Hansen that meant endless opportunities. He prowled the bars with an unassuming smile, studying his next targets with the quiet patience of a predator. He was selective, always choosing women who seemed isolated, those whose absence wouldn't draw headlines. His stutter and soft-spoken manner made him appear vulnerable, even kind. It was a facade honed over years, and it worked with devastating effectiveness. Detective Glenn Flothy of the Alaska State Troopers was one of the few who refused to let the pattern go. He believed the missing women were connected, and he suspected the killer was someone who blended into Anchorage society, someone ordinary. Flothy began compiling every known case involving missing dancers or sex workers. The more he looked, the more convinced he became that one man was responsible. At the same time, Hansen continued to test his own limits. By now, the thrill of the hunt had become a compulsion. He needed to relive it again and again. The wilderness had become his theater, the airstrip his gateway to power. He would sometimes tell his captives that he was taking them on an adventure, a sick attempt to justify what he was about to do. The more he killed, the less human he became, his empathy stripped away by years of hidden violence. But in June 1983, Hansen made a mistake that would set his downfall into motion. A 17-year-old girl named Cindy Paulson was working the streets of Anchorage when Hansen approached her. He offered her $200 for oral sex, and she agreed. Once inside his car, however, she noticed the gun. He handcuffed her, drove her to his home, and chained her by the neck in his basement. But unlike many before her, Cindy was alert, defiant, and watching for any chance to escape. He assaulted her through the night, and by morning, Hansen told her they were going to his cabin in the wilderness. He forced her into his truck and then into his small airplane. But when he was distracted loading supplies, she made her move. She sprinted barefoot across the tarmac, still in handcuffs, and managed to flag down a passing driver, who rushed her to safety. When the Anchorage police arrived, they were skeptical. Hansen's reputation as a mild-mannered businessman made Cindy's story sound unbelievable. He denied everything, claiming she was trying to extort him. His friends and even members of the community vouched for his character. To the officers, it looked like a case of conflicting stories between a troubled teenager and a respected citizen. Without strong evidence, Hansen walked free. But Detective Flo the heard about the incident and recognized the similarities to his own investigation. Hansen's name was now appearing in two separate threads: the missing women and the kidnapping attempt. Quietly, Flo the began to dig deeper. He learned about Hansen's hunting trophies, his private airplane, and his known habit of frequenting the same bars where the victims worked. Each new piece of information tightened the circle. Still, the investigation faced obstacles. Hansen's alibis were rock solid, often supported by friends who swore he had been with them. He had carefully cultivated this network of credibility. The search warrants were denied repeatedly, and without forensic proof, Flo the couldn't act. But something in his instincts told him that Hansen was the man they were looking for, the ghost who hunted women through Alaska's frozen valleys. The hunter's trail was finally visible, but only faintly, like footprints beneath falling snow. To catch Robert Hansen, investigators would need more than suspicion. They would need the wilderness itself to speak. For months after Cindy Paulson's daring escape, the air in Anchorage felt different, thicker somehow, like a collective unease had settled over the city. Though police had let Robert Hansen go after her report, the story circulated quietly among those who worked the streets. Some believed Cindy's account completely, while others whispered that she had exaggerated. But beneath those rumors, there was a growing fear, an understanding that something terrible was stalking women in the night, and that the monster didn't lurk in the shadows. He walked among them in plain sight, Detective Glenn Flo, that couldn't shake the case from his mind. He had seen too many missing person reports, too many unidentified remains, and now he finally had a living witness describing a man with a private plane, a stutter, and a home in Anchorage, details that lined up with his suspicions. Cindy Paulson's testimony had cracks, yes, but her fear was real. Her story was too detailed, too visceral to be invented. She remembered the smell of the basement, the chains, the way Hansen talked as if everything he did was routine. Flo knew they were dealing with someone highly organized, someone who knew the wilderness intimately and had the means to travel far beyond where police could easily follow. And that meant a hunter or a pilot or both. As summer turned to fall, the case files on missing women grew into a labyrinth of notes, maps, and photographs. The same type of victim, the same vanishing points. Flo and his small team began constructing a psychological profile based on the details from crime scenes and witness accounts. The killer, they theorized, was methodical, socially awkward, and lived a double life. He was someone who felt powerless in social situations, who compensated for that by exerting absolute control over his victims. Every clue pointed to Hansen, but they still lacked proof. Hansen, meanwhile, carried on his life with unnerving calm. He smiled at customers, baked cinnamon rolls, and attended church with his family. Yet behind his mild eyes was an awareness that the world was closing in. He began to feel watched, even though there was no formal investigation yet. His paranoia grew, and so did his cruelty. He started burning or discarding trophies, hiding them deeper within his home, and burying his map behind ceiling tiles. He even considered moving his hunting trips farther out into the Alaskan interior, where discovery was nearly impossible. But no matter how carefully he planned, time was running out. Nature, the same vast expanse that had protected him for years, was now turning against him. Late summer heat softened the frozen earth, revealing shallow graves he had once trusted to remain hidden. Hunters and hikers began stumbling upon human remains. Bones gnawed by animals, fragments of clothing, bits of jewelry. The media caught on quickly, dubbing the anonymous predator the Butcher Baker, a name that chilled Anchorage to its core. The nickname came from whispers of how the killer both owned a bakery and seemed to hunt his victims like animals. For it was a grim validation of everything he feared. The theory he had built in private was now unfolding in public, but without evidence linking Hansen directly to the buried bodies, the case risked falling apart under pressure. Still, fate was on their side. A breakthrough arrived when a wildlife officer found spent shell casings near one of the burial sites, .223 caliber, matching the type used in the earlier murders. Ballistics experts confirmed they had likely come from a Ruger Mini 14 rifle, a popular hunting weapon. When police cross-referenced firearm registrations, Hansen's name appeared again. It was a small but undeniable connection, and for the first time they had something tangible. Flotha decided to act. He began quietly assembling a case strong enough to justify a search warrant. Every report, every missing person file, every detail of Hansen's movements was re-examined. Investigators learned that Hansen had been accused of attempted abductions in the past, but always managed to explain them away. They also discovered that his alibis often came from the same circle of friends, fellow hunters who never suspected the truth. It painted a picture of manipulation and deception that stretched back years. In the meantime, Cindy Paulson was asked to identify Hansen again. She did so without hesitation, describing him in exacting detail. It was enough for Flotha to convince the district attorney to reopen the investigation. Finally, after years of silence and denial, law enforcement began to circle the man they had overlooked for so long. On October 27, 1983, search warrants were signed for Hansen's home, bakery, vehicles, and airplane hangar. As officers prepared to move in, Flotha knew this was their only chance. If they found nothing, Hansen would vanish forever into the wilderness, his secret crimes lost to the snow. But if they were right, if he truly was the butcher baker, then Alaska's most prolific serial killer was about to face his reckoning. The morning of the raid, Anchorage was eerily calm. Police surrounded Hansen's property before dawn. Inside, he sat at his kitchen table, sipping coffee as his wife prepared for work. The knock on the door came softly at first, then louder. When Hansen opened it, his face betrayed nothing. His calmness was almost surreal, as if he had known this moment was inevitable. Officers fanned out across the house, searching every inch. They found hidden compartments, drawers filled with jewelry, driver's licenses that didn't belong to his wife, and maps. One of those maps, carefully folded, worn at the edges, had tiny red X marks across remote parts of Alaska. It was the piece they had been missing, the silent testimony of every woman he had hunted. When detectives compared the map with locations where bodies had been found, the results were undeniable. Many of the red X's matched perfectly. Dozens of others pointed to places not yet explored. Even before Hansen spoke a word, the evidence had already begun to tell his story. He sat in the interrogation room for hours, the fluorescent lights flickering softly, his hands resting on the table. At first, he denied everything, insisting the jewelry belonged to customers, that the map was simply for hunting trips. But the weight of what they had found was overwhelming. The lie detector he once beat could not save him this time. Bit by bit, the mask began to crack. The calm baker, the loving father, the devoted churchgoer, all fell away, revealing the cold hunter beneath. For years, he had stalked his prey in silence. Now, surrounded by the living, he was the one cornered. The invisible trail was no longer invisible. It had been there all along, written across the wilderness in the unmarked graves of the women he thought no one would ever find. And for the first time, Robert Hansen realized what it meant to be hunted. Chapter 7. The Breaking Point Confessions of a Killer. Robert Hansen sat in the sterile gray interrogation room, his glasses reflecting the dim light as the clock on the wall ticked softly. Around him, the weight of years of secrets pressed down. For the first time since his double life began, the walls that had hidden his monstrous acts were closing in. The man who once believed himself untouchable, the hunter who thought Alaska's wilderness would forever guard his sins, was now trapped in a world he could no longer control. Detective Glenn Flo they entered quietly, carrying a folder thick with evidence. He didn't shout or posture. That wasn't his style. Instead, he placed the folder on the table, opened it slowly, and began laying out photographs, one after another. There were aerial shots of the burial sites, pictures of recovered jewelry, and the map that had been found hidden behind Hansen's ceiling tile. Each red X stared up from the paper like a heartbeat frozen in time. Hansen kept his gaze steady, but a faint tremor in his hands betrayed him. For hours, he denied everything, insisting that the jewelry was from customers who'd paid for baked goods, that the firearms were for hunting, and that the map was simply a record of game kills. But the longer he spoke, the more hollow his words became. Flo the listened carefully, his calm demeanor masking the storm beneath. He knew Hansen was methodical, a man who believed in precision. If he wanted to break him, it couldn't be through anger. It had to be through logic, through making Hansen realize the game was over. When the evidence was finally laid bare, Flo the spoke softly. He told Hansen that they had matched shell casings from his Ruger Mini 14 rifle to bullets recovered from the bodies found near the Nick River. He explained how the map corresponded almost exactly to the locations of known graves. He told him about Cindy Paulson, the girl who escaped, and how her description of his home, his plane, and his habits matched reality in every detail. For a long while, Hansen said nothing. The silence stretched on so long that even the hum of the fluorescent light seemed deafening. Then, with a faint, almost tired sigh, he asked for a glass of water. When he spoke again, his voice was quieter, more deliberate. "You've got some of it right," he said, his stutter momentarily slipping away. "But not all of it." It was the first crack in the armor, the moment Detective Flo had been waiting for. He leaned back, saying nothing, allowing Hansen's own need for control to pull him forward. Slowly, almost clinically, Hansen began to talk. At first, he minimized his actions, claiming he had only assaulted a few women, that some had agreed to go into the wilderness with him. But as the hours passed, and the evidence confronted him at every turn, the truth began to seep through his carefully constructed lies. He admitted to taking women into the woods, to playing games with them, and eventually to killing. The words spilled out not as confessions of guilt but as explanations, as if he were describing a twisted logic that made sense only to him. He told investigators that he saw the women he targeted as dishonest, manipulative, and untrustworthy. In his mind, they were people who took advantage of men, people he could use and discard without remorse. He claimed the thrill came not from killing, but from the chase, the power of knowing that out there in the forest, he controlled every outcome to him. The hunt was never about rage. It was about domination. The same frustrations that had once driven him to petty crime and arson in his youth had evolved into something monstrous. The stuttering boy who had been bullied and humiliated had found a perverse form of control. By becoming the hunter of those he viewed as beneath him, throughout the interview, his tone shifted between cold detachment and eerie nostalgia. He described the Alaskan wilderness as his sanctuary, a place where no one could judge him. When detectives asked how many women he had killed, Hansen hesitated. He looked at the table, tracing invisible lines across its surface, then muttered, 17, maybe more. The number was chilling. 17 lives, each marked with a red X on a hidden map, each taken in silence under the endless sky of the north. Investigators suspected there were more, possibly dozens. Some of the graves might never be found, swallowed by snow and time. That as his confessions deepened, a clearer picture of his methods emerged. Hansen explained how he would pick up women from Anchorage's nightlife, offering them hundreds of dollars for what he called company. He'd drive them to his home, sometimes pretending to be gentle or shy to lower their guard. Then, when they least expected it, he would draw his gun and handcuff them. He told the police that he often justified it by telling himself they deserved punishment, that they were greedy or corrupt. After that, he described the flights, how he would take them in his small Piper Super Cub, flying low over the forests until he reached his chosen area. He often picked spots near the Nick River or the Matanuska Valley, where he knew he could bury bodies without detection. Once there, he'd force his victims out of the plane, sometimes pretending he would let them go. But the chase always followed. He admitted that he hunted them as if they were wild animals, tracking them through the brush, using the landscape to his advantage. When they could run no more, he would kill them with his rifle or hunting knife. To him, it was an art form, a ritual that combined his love of the outdoors with his hunger for control. When detectives asked how he felt during these hunts, Hansen's answer was chillingly calm. "I felt alive." Over the course of several days, Hansen confessed to at least 17 murders, though investigators suspected that the true number could be higher, perhaps over 20. His detailed recollections led police to several burial sites marked on his map. Teams of officers, guided by Hansen's directions, began unearthing remains across the Alaskan wilderness. Forensic teams confirmed multiple identities, women who had been missing for years, whose names had faded from public memory. Each discovery painted a clearer image of the man Anchorage had trusted, the baker with the polite smile who gave free pastries to children, who flew his plane over the same forests where his victims lay buried. The contrast was staggering. He wasn't just a killer, he was a craftsman of manipulation, someone who had mastered the art of appearing harmless. As the questioning continued, Hansen's emotional restraint began to crack. At one point, when shown photographs of his victims, he grew defensive, insisting that some had asked for it, that others brought it on themselves. There was no remorse, only rationalization. His words chilled even seasoned investigators who had seen the worst humanity could offer. When the final confession ended, Hansen sat quietly, his eyes fixed on the floor. There was no drama, no outburst, just a silence that hung heavy in the room. The man who once ruled his wilderness now faced the judgment of the world he had deceived for so long. Outside the interrogation room, officers and prosecutors gathered in stunned silence. They had their monster, but the scope of what he had done, how many lives he had taken, how deeply he had deceived those around him, would take months, even years, to fully understand. In the stillness of that gray room, one truth echoed louder than any confession. The hunter who once believed he could hide his crimes forever had finally run out of wilderness. The morning light filtered weakly through the narrow windows of the Anchorage police headquarters as the city outside began to stir. Inside, the air was thick with exhaustion and disbelief. Robert Hansen had finally confessed, partially at first, and then with the chilling precision of a man recounting not crimes, but trophies. It was as though every murder was a twisted achievement, every grave a memory preserved in his mind. Yet as the hours stretched into days, the reality of his words began to sink in, not only for the investigators but for the people of Alaska itself. The man they had trusted, The friendly baker, the father, the neighbor who waved as he loaded his small airplane, had been living two lives. By day, he kneaded dough, smiled at customers, and attended church with his family. By night, he scouted bars and dark streets, searching for his next victim with the cold precision of a predator. And now, with every confession he uttered, that dual life began to unravel in horrifying detail. Detective Glenn Flotha, though relieved to have broken through Hansen's wall of denial, felt little satisfaction. The investigation had become more than a manhunt. It was now a recovery mission for the truth. Armed with Hansen's map, Flotha and his team began a grim journey across the Alaskan wilderness, guided by red excess that marked the graves of women Hansen had buried years before. Each flight into the frozen terrain brought the same eerie anticipation. The helicopter blades thudded rhythmically against the cold air, echoing over the vast emptiness of the tundra. Below, the land stretched endlessly, silent, white, and unyielding. Somewhere beneath that stillness lay the remnants of a life once vibrant, now reduced to bones and forgotten jewelry to each marked site. Investigators would land and begin to dig, often in the shallow earth near the Nick River or hidden in the dense woods of the Matanuska Valley. They found the skeletal remains of young women, most still wearing traces of the clothes they had vanished in, small reminders of who they once were before they became victims of Hansen's nightmarish obsession. One after another, the bodies were uncovered, and with each discovery came a flood of emotion that swept through the entire team. There was anger, sorrow, and a grim sense of duty. These women had been written off by many as runaways or transient workers. Now they were being brought back into the light, their stories reclaimed from the shadows where Hansen had buried them. Back in the interrogation room, Hansen continued to talk, though never with remorse. His tone remained methodical, detached, as if describing hunting trips rather than human lives. He explained how he would select his victims carefully, preferring those he thought no one would look for. Women who lived on the fringes, dancers, or sex workers. He admitted that he had offered them large sums of money, making himself appear harmless and even generous. When they accepted, he'd strike. Once, he told detectives about a woman who fought back so fiercely that he nearly lost control of his weapon. "She made me angry," he said quietly. "She didn't understand the game." Those words chilled the room. For Hansen, the murders weren't crimes. They were part of a ritualized hunt, a game where only he could win. When asked why he buried some victims and left others exposed, he gave a disturbing answer. He said that burying them made him feel cleaner, like erasing a mark on his record. But others, he said, he left behind as reminders, small trophies of his power over life and death. What haunted investigators most wasn't just his brutality, it was his composure. Hansen's stutter, which had plagued him since childhood, disappeared almost entirely when he spoke about his crimes. The nervous, mild-mannered baker vanished, replaced by a man who felt at ease when describing how he planned each kill. It was as if the murders had been his true language all along. In court, the case would later reveal how Hansen's seemingly ordinary life had served as the perfect disguise. His wife and children had never suspected anything beyond his long hunting trips. He had kept meticulous records, maps, souvenirs, and even weapons hidden away, but no one had ever connected the dots. Even his friends, fellow hunters, described him as quiet, polite, and dependable. The revelation of his crimes sent shockwaves through Anchorage. Newspapers called him the Butcher Baker, a name that seemed almost too surreal to believe. Residents who had once bought bread from him now shuddered at the memory of his friendly smile. For years, he had lived among them, attending community events, helping neighbors, even earning a reputation for generosity. And yet, beneath that gentle exterior, had lived a man who saw the world through the eyes of a predator. As Hansen's confessions continued, it became clear that many of his victims might never be found. The Alaskan wilderness was vast and unforgiving, and some of the excess on his map led to areas too remote or changed by time to search effectively. Still, law enforcement pursued every clue, determined to give closure to as many families as possible. In his final statements, Hansen tried to rationalize his actions one last time. He said he never saw himself as a murderer, but as someone who taught lessons. He claimed his victims represented everything he hated about society: greed, arrogance, deceit. They were liars, he told investigators. I just made sure they couldn't lie anymore. The words, spoken with eerie calm, sent a chill through everyone in the room. When it came time to face the court, Hansen's demeanor remained unchanged. He pled guilty to 4 murders, though authorities believed the true number to be far higher. In exchange for his cooperation and detailed map, prosecutors agreed to keep his family out of the public spotlight and not pursue the death penalty. For his crimes, Robert Hansen was sentenced to 461 years in prison without the possibility of parole. Even behind bars, he maintained the same quiet composure. He spent his days isolated, writing letters, reading the Bible, and rarely speaking to anyone. To the end of his life, he showed little understanding of the devastation he had caused. In 2014, at the age of 75, Robert Hansen died in prison of natural causes. His secrets buried with him, though the echoes of his crimes still haunt Alaska's cold winds. For those who had hunted him, there was no sense of victory, only relief. Relief that the nightmare was finally over, that the wilderness he had once used as his hunting ground had been reclaimed from the darkness he left behind. But for the families of the women he killed, closure was bittersweet. They had answers, yes, but not peace. Because the true horror of Hansen's story wasn't only in the killings themselves. It was in the realization that evil can live quietly beside us, smiling politely, offering bread from behind a counter, and hiding a darkness that no one could ever imagine. And so, as the years passed, the tale of Robert Hansen became a warning whispered in Anchorage. A story about trust, deception, and the thin, fragile line between civility and savagery. The hunter who once thought he owned the wilderness now belonged to history's darkest corners, his name forever etched in the cold silence of the Alaskan wild. Chapter 8. The Trail of Evidence: How the Case Was Built. The arrest of Robert Hansen had sent shockwaves through Anchorage, but for the investigators who had worked the case tirelessly, their mission was far from over. The confessions were powerful, yes, but they needed more than words to seal his fate. They needed irrefutable evidence, something that would stand unshaken in the cold light of a courtroom. And so began one of the most meticulous forensic operations ever conducted in the history of Alaskan law enforcement. In the weeks following his arrest, Detective Glenn Flotha and his team found themselves living inside the case. Every drawer, every inch of Hansen's property was examined. His home, his bakery, his vehicles, even the private airplane hangar, all became living archives of his double life. The walls themselves seemed to hold secrets. In a hidden space above the ceiling tiles, investigators discovered a small stash of items: jewelry, identification cards, and weapons. Each object whispered a story, fragments of lives that had been abruptly extinguished. Among these findings, the most damning piece was the now infamous map marked with red XS. It wasn't just paper, it was a graveyard disguised as geography. Forensic analysts studied the creases, the pencil marks, and the faint smudges that revealed frequent handling. It was clear that this map wasn't a keepsake born of nostalgia. It was a ledger, a record of conquest. Each X was catalogued, assigned a number, and compared with known missing person reports. It was a process both painstaking and haunting. For days, Flo's office became filled with overlapping maps, photographs, and coordinates. When the first few XS aligned perfectly with known grave sites, the mood in the room shifted from suspicion to grim certainty. They were no longer chasing a theory. They were documenting a legacy of terror. To strengthen their case, the FBI was called in to assist with profiling and evidence analysis. Forensic teams examined every recovered bullet casing and matched them to Hansen's Ruger Mini 14 rifle. The ballistic results were undeniable. These were the same bullets that had been found near several of the victims' remains. Even Hansen's hunting trophies, mounted animal heads and horns, were examined, since some contained embedded slugs that matched his firearm. The irony wasn't lost on anyone. The same man who prided himself on his skill as a marksman had, through that very precision, signed his own downfall. Inside the police lab, the atmosphere was intense yet reverent. Technicians handled the evidence like sacred artifacts, aware that each fragment might tell the story of a vanished woman. Soil samples taken from Hansen's boots were compared with those from the grave sites, revealing a near-perfect match in mineral composition. It was physical proof that he had been exactly where he claimed not to have gone. Investigators also uncovered receipts, flight logs, and personal journals that painted a clear picture of his movements during the years when the disappearances occurred. Hansen had been methodical but not perfect. His small private plane had recorded flight paths to remote areas near the Nick River and the Susitna Valley, regions that corresponded with the red XS on his map. The wilderness had once been his shield. Now it was his undoing. What struck investigators most was how easily Hansen had balanced two opposing worlds. His bakery had become almost a metaphor, a place of warmth and sweetness masking a man of unimaginable cruelty. Former customers came forward to describe him as soft-spoken and polite, the kind of man who remembered everyone's names. No one had ever seen him angry. Some even recalled how he'd donate bread to local charities, how his smile seemed shy but genuine. It was this ordinary charm that had protected him for so long. No one looked twice at the quiet baker from Anchorage. But beneath that calm exterior, Hansen's inner world was meticulous and obsessive. He had kept newspaper clippings about his victims, carefully noting dates and locations. Some clippings were annotated in the margins with small, cryptic notes, likely his way of marking which cases were his and which weren't. It was as if he wanted to monitor how close the world was to discovering his secret. In court preparation meetings, prosecutors and detectives went over every possible angle. They wanted to anticipate every defense argument, every loophole. Hansen's attorney argued that the confessions had been coerced, that the jewelry and IDs were merely items left behind by customers. But when the prosecution revealed the ballistics, flight data, and soil analysis, that defense crumbled quickly. Perhaps the most chilling evidence, however, came from Cindy Paulson, the woman who had escaped him. Her courage in recounting her ordeal became the emotional cornerstone of the case. She identified Hansen's home, his airplane, and even his basement layout from memory. The accuracy of her descriptions stunned the jury. Every detail she provided matched what investigators had found during the search. Still, the trial process was excruciating. Photographs of the unearthed remains were presented, each accompanied by the names or numbers of the women they belonged to. Some were never identified, and the silence surrounding them hung heavily over the courtroom. Hansen sat through it all without visible emotion, occasionally adjusting his glasses, his face unreadable. During one of the hearings, a prosecutor displayed the recovered map to the court. It was spread out under glass, the red excess glowing faintly under the fluorescent lights. She asked Hansen directly what the marks meant. For a long moment he said nothing. Then, in a low voice, he muttered, "They're my little marks, my trophies." The courtroom went completely silent. That single statement, uttered without hesitation, sealed his fate. The calmness in his voice carried more weight than any forensic report could. It wasn't the outburst of a desperate man. It was the quiet admission of one who knew he had already lost as the trial concluded. The courtroom air felt frozen, as if even sound dared not move. The judge, stone-faced and deliberate, read out Hansen's sentence. 461 years plus life, without the possibility of parole. No chance for release, no more wilderness, no more hunting. The butcher-baker's reign of terror was over, confined forever within the walls of a prison cell. But for the investigators, it was not triumph they felt. It was a hollow relief. For every X on that map, there had been a woman with dreams, families who had waited in hope, and a city that had learned to lock its doors at night. The case had proven what they always feared, that sometimes the most monstrous faces were the kindest smiles. Outside the courthouse, the cold Alaskan air bit against the crowd gathered in silence. Reporters whispered among themselves, cameras flashing in bursts of light. Above it all, the mountains stood still, indifferent and ancient, as though nature itself refused to judge. And in that moment, the city of Anchorage exhaled. A slow, heavy sigh that carried both grief and relief. For Robert Hansen, the hunt had ended. But for Alaska, the scars would remain, carved deep into its frozen soil, and the memories of those who survived to tell the tale. The conviction of Robert Hansen may have closed the case in court, but for the investigators, the real work had only just begun. Each red X on that haunting map represented more than just evidence. It represented a life. And as long as any of those excess remained unexplored, justice would remain incomplete. The trail Hansen left behind stretched across the cold expanse of Alaska, and though the courtroom lights had dimmed, the wilderness still whispered of the dead who had yet to be found. Detective Glenn Flotha, who had led the investigation with relentless precision, found himself returning to the same haunting landscapes where the search had first begun. Helicopters roared across snow-swept valleys. Teams of forensic experts descended into icy clearings, and dogs sniffed at the frozen ground, searching for the faintest scent of decay. The Alaskan wilderness was vast, silent, and merciless, a place where secrets could sleep for centuries. But armed with Hansen's map, the investigators now had a guide through the maze of his darkness. Each expedition brought both hope and heartbreak. Some excess revealed human remains, fragments of clothing, or personal trinkets. A bracelet, a small locket, a torn piece of fabric. Others led to nothing but empty soil, the earth refusing to yield its secrets. Time had erased much, and nature had done the rest. Wolves, snow, and shifting riverbeds had scattered bones across miles of terrain. Sometimes all they found was a single tooth or a cracked skull, and yet even those fragments carried immense weight. They were proof that Hansen's victims, though silenced, were still speaking in their own way. The forensic process was slow and agonizing. Each recovered bone was catalogued, measured, and analyzed. Dental records were compared against missing person databases. DNA testing, still in its early stages in the 1980s, offered only limited help, forcing investigators to rely on painstaking comparisons of skeletal features and forensic anthropology. The faces of many victims would never be fully known. They were women whose lives had been erased twice, first by Hansen's cruelty, and then by the passing of time. But even with these challenges, the discoveries continued. Each new recovery site strengthened the case that Hansen's confessions were not exaggerations but deliberate recollections of actual murders. The red excess were not random markings, they were coordinates of horror. Every successful recovery made the truth clearer. Hansen's memory for his crimes was disturbingly accurate. He could recall not just where he left his victims, but what they were wearing, how they begged, and how long he hunted them before the final shot. For the forensic teams, the emotional toll was immense. Many of them were young, police recruits and anthropology students called in to help, and they had never faced anything like this. The isolation of the Alaskan wilderness, coupled with the knowledge of what they were unearthing, created an atmosphere both reverent and grim. There was no applause when a new body was found, no celebration, only silence and the soft sound of a flag being placed in the soil to mark another soul reclaimed from oblivion. Meanwhile, in Anchorage, the community was grappling with a mix of disbelief and introspection. People who had once waved at Hansen on the street now replayed every encounter in their minds. A woman who had bought bread from him every Sunday could still remember how he'd always smiled politely and offered her the freshest loaf. A mechanic who had serviced Hansen's airplane swore he was a bit odd, but harmless. These small, mundane memories became eerie footnotes in a collective story of betrayal. Local newspapers ran articles dissecting every detail of the case, while national outlets descended on Alaska, fascinated by the contradiction of a man who could bake pastries in the morning and hunt human beings by nightfall. The headlines painted him as a chilling paradox, a predator hiding behind the most ordinary mask imaginable. For Hansen's family, the aftermath was unbearable. His wife and children were forced to leave Anchorage, their names stained by a horror they had no part in. Investigators later confirmed that they had known nothing about his crimes. He had been careful to separate his worlds completely. His wife, in quiet statements to friends, said she had always believed her husband to be awkward but gentle. She never imagined that the same hands that kneaded dough were the hands that had buried so many women in shallow graves that as months turned into years, the search for victims continued intermittently. The red excess that remained unexplored became haunting reminders of uncertainty, each one a potential story left untold. Some investigators even returned to the wilderness decades later, equipped with better technology, hoping to find remains missed during the original searches. A few were successful. In later years, skeletal remains were discovered near the original marked sites, confirming what many had long suspected. Hansen's true number of victims was far higher than the 17 officially confirmed. Some experts estimated that as many as 30 or more women could have died at his hands. In interviews years after Hansen's conviction, retired detectives would admit that parts of the investigation still haunted them. The scariest thing, one said, was how normal he was. There was nothing in his voice, nothing in his eyes that told you what he'd done. That sense of hidden evil, of a predator perfectly disguised by ordinary life, became one of the case's defining psychological lessons. The FBI later studied Hansen's behavior to refine their understanding of serial killers who hunt for sport rather than compulsion. His crimes offered insight into a rare and terrifying category of murderer, the organized hunter-killer. Unlike impulsive murderers, Hansen planned everything with chilling precision, selecting victims, transporting them to isolated wilderness areas, and using his knowledge of geography to prolong the hunt. It was not just killing, it was dominance, a performance of control over both nature and human life. This study of his psyche led to the creation of detailed behavioral profiles that would later help capture other elusive serial predators. In a way, Hansen's darkness had contributed to the evolution of modern forensic psychology. Yet, this knowledge came at an unbearable cost. Every theory, every chart, every profile was built upon the suffering of real women who had trusted a stranger, unaware that he saw them only as prey. Even years later, when the prison gates closed behind him for the final time, there were still those in Anchorage who would glance at the wilderness with unease. The forests and rivers that once offered freedom now carried a shadow, a reminder that beauty can hide brutality. The land itself had become a silent witness to horror. By the time Hansen died in 2014, many of the investigators who had pursued him had retired. Some refused to speak publicly about the case, not out of secrecy but out of exhaustion. For them, the story of Robert Hansen was not a tale of triumph, but a wound that never quite healed. Each recovered bone, each piece of evidence, each silent red X was a reminder that beneath the calm surface of civilization, something far darker could thrive undetected. In the end, the trail of evidence was not merely the story of how Robert Hansen was caught. It was a testament to human persistence in the face of unimaginable evil. It was proof that truth, though buried deep beneath ice and time, has a way of resurfacing. The wilderness had hidden his crimes, but it also gave them back, piece by piece, until every lie he'd told had been stripped away as the investigators packed their maps and notes for the final time. One of them stood at the edge of the Nick River, looking out across the shimmering ice. Chapter 9. Beneath the Ice, Alaska's Darkest Secret. The Alaskan wilderness has always held a strange duality, majestic and unforgiving, both a haven for solitude and a stage for secrets. To outsiders, it is a land of snow-glazed peaks and shimmering auroras. But for those who lived through the terror of Robert Hansen's reign, it became something else entirely. It became a graveyard carved into the frozen soil, a landscape where horror hid beneath beauty. Long after Hansen was locked away, that uneasy truth continued to linger, as though the land itself remembered every scream swallowed by the wind. And the years that followed his arrest, people across Alaska began to look at their surroundings differently. The trails once used by hikers and hunters were no longer just routes through the wilderness. They were paths that might have once been walked by the victims of the butcher-baker. Rivers and creeks that shimmered under the northern sun carried unspoken memories, and even the woods seemed quieter, as though the earth itself was keeping secrets too heavy to voice. For many Alaskans, the story of Robert Hansen wasn't just a crime. It was a wound to their collective identity. The state had always prided itself on being wild and free, a place where isolation was a badge of honor. People came here to escape, to start over, to find peace in the silence of nature. But Hansen had weaponized that very isolation. He had used Alaska's boundless wilderness not as a refuge, but as a hunting ground. He turned its freedom into fear, its beauty into camouflage. Those who worked on the case often spoke of the psychological toll it took on them. For Detective Glenn Flotha, who had spent years unraveling Hansen's secrets, there was an unshakable sense of unfinished business. Even with Hansen's map, even with his confession, some red excess had led to nowhere. Each unmarked grave still buried beneath the ice represented an unanswered question, a silent accusation against the limits of human justice. The Alaskan cold preserved many of Hansen's victims, bodies that might one day resurface, perfectly intact, like ghosts frozen in time. That eerie preservation became part of the legend. In the years after Hansen's imprisonment, Locals began telling stories of hunters stumbling upon strange shapes beneath the snow, of eerie coincidences near Nick River or the Matanuska Valley. Some were real discoveries, skeletal remains unearthed decades later that matched Hansen's known burial areas. Others were whispers born of fear and imagination, proof that even in death, his shadow still haunted the land. Alaska itself seemed complicit in the myth. The same wild beauty that drew explorers and dreamers had also hidden the tracks of a killer for years. And even when those tracks were revealed, the land kept its secrets stubbornly, releasing them one at a time, as if to remind everyone how fragile truth can be in a place so vast. But perhaps the most chilling part of this story is not just the murders. It's how close Hansen came to escaping justice entirely. When the first remains were found, authorities didn't yet know what kind of evil they were dealing with. They assumed transient killings, unconnected crimes committed by strangers passing through Anchorage. Hansen's careful facade, a stuttering, humble baker, family man, and churchgoer, fit perfectly within a small community where people trusted their neighbors. No one imagined that a man who baked bread for the town was also stalking women through the tundra. Armed with a rifle and the cold patience of a predator in many ways, Hansen's greatest weapon was invisibility. He was the embodiment of the ordinary, a man so unremarkable that he could blend into any crowd. He used that invisibility as armor, moving freely among people who saw only what they wanted to see. It's why, even after being questioned early in the investigation, he managed to convince detectives he was innocent. His meekness, his quiet voice, his unassuming nature, all of it was an act perfected over decades. Yet beneath that surface was a mind meticulously engineered for control. Every aspect of Hansen's life was structured around patterns, lists, and precision. He was a perfectionist, both in his bakery and in his crimes. He planned his hunts as though they were elaborate military operations. He mapped escape routes, monitored weather conditions, and selected weapons with care. When investigators later analyzed his process, they realized that Hansen didn't just kill for pleasure. He killed for order, for the satisfaction of watching chaos bow to his control. Even more chilling was the way he described his victims. To him, they weren't people. They were challenges, obstacles in a personal ritual of dominance. He viewed them as the embodiment of everything he felt denied in life: beauty, confidence, freedom. Every hunt was his attempt to reverse years of humiliation, to rewrite his past through violence. It was this twisted psychology that made him so dangerous. He didn't see himself as evil. He saw himself as justified. When psychologists later studied his profile, they coined terms like compensatory fantasy to explain how men like Hansen turned social inadequacy into predatory control. But the words, however clinical, could never fully capture the terror of what he did. The truth was simpler and darker. Hansen found power in the powerlessness of others, and in Alaska's boundless wilderness, there was no one to stop him. The forensic evidence. His map, his rifle, the jewelry, and the remains had finally revealed the full extent of his crimes, but the emotional evidence lingered far longer. Survivors like Cindy Paulson carried the weight of those horrors for the rest of their lives. Her testimony had not only brought Hansen down but also exposed how easily predators could hide behind the veil of normalcy. Her bravery became a symbol of resilience, a reminder that even in the darkest corners of human cruelty, courage can survive. As for the people of Anchorage, they rebuilt their sense of safety slowly. The city installed new community safety measures, invested in better coordination between police departments, and worked to improve how missing persons cases were handled. But deep down, There was an awareness that true safety is fragile, especially in a place where isolation can turn from comfort to vulnerability in the blink of an eye. Even today, hikers who traverse the Alaskan wilderness sometimes stumble across the remnants of Hansen's world. Old campsites, rusted shell casings, places once marked by red XS on his map. They are relics of a darkness that time has tried to erase but never completely can. For some, these discoveries are eerie reminders of how deeply one man's evil became intertwined with the land itself. For others, they are lessons about vigilance, about trust, and about the terrifying truth that monsters don't always look like monsters. Alaska remains breathtaking, still stretching endlessly beneath the northern lights. Yet somewhere in its frozen silence, beneath the soil and snow, lies a story written in cold blood and buried beneath ice. A story that still breathes with the faint echo of every heartbeat Hansen stole. As the years passed, Alaska's frozen soil continued to guard the secrets that Robert Hansen had buried deep within it. Each winter, as snow blanketed the ground, it was as if the land itself sought to conceal the horrors that had once unfolded there. The silence of the tundra seemed to grow heavier, almost as though the wind carried whispers of those who had vanished, their stories untold, their names forgotten by all but a few who refused to let them fade into history. And the small communities around Anchorage, people began to speak more openly about the fear that had once gripped their city. The stories of missing women, once whispered in hushed tones at diners and gas stations, began to take on the weight of cautionary legends. Parents warned their daughters not to walk alone at night, and cab drivers would recount the terrifying tales of how a kind-looking man could be a predator hiding behind a polite smile. Hansen had changed the psychology of the region. His crimes weren't just murders, they were an infection that spread through the collective consciousness, altering how people viewed trust, safety, and isolation. Forever. One of the most haunting realities of Hansen's legacy was how meticulously he had planned every aspect of his double life. While most serial killers eventually falter, drawn into arrogance or careless mistakes, Hansen remained patient, disciplined, almost mechanical. His bakery, once a humble Anchorage business known for its sweet rolls and pies, became a symbol of deception. Neighbors recalled how he would greet them cheerfully in the mornings, the scent of fresh bread filling the air, all while knowing that, not far from there, the remains of his victims lay frozen in the wilderness. Investigators who revisited the case years later often remarked on the eerie contrast between Hansen's everyday existence and his monstrous secret life. His logbooks, discovered after his arrest, read almost like those of a hunter cataloging trophies, cold, methodical entries marking the locations of bodies as if they were part of some grim collection. It was that combination of precision and detachment that left criminologists both horrified and fascinated. Hansen didn't kill in the heat of passion. He killed with deliberation, as though death was a process, not an impulse. After his confession, law enforcement worked tirelessly to verify every mark on his infamous map. Search teams scoured the Matanuska Valley and the Nick River area, often enduring freezing conditions and treacherous terrain. The Alaskan wilderness, with its vast, icy expanse, seemed determined to keep its secrets buried. Many of the locations Hansen had marked were so remote that even experienced searchers struggled to reach them. It was a grim testament to how far he had gone to ensure his victims would never be found. The discovery of each set of remains brought both sorrow and closure. Forensic teams handled the bodies with a reverence usually reserved for sacred relics. These were not just bones. They were the silent witnesses of unspeakable cruelty. Each skull, each piece of jewelry unearthed, told a fragment of a story long buried. But even as they pieced together the evidence, it became clear that not all of Hansen's victims would ever be identified. Too much time had passed, and too much of Alaska remained untamed. For some families, hope simply faded into acceptance, and the wilderness kept its hold on their loved ones in the decades following Hansen's imprisonment. New technology in forensic science began to shed fresh light on old mysteries. DNA testing and modern cold case units reopened several of Hansen's unsolved cases. Bodies found years later in remote regions were finally matched to missing women from Anchorage's underbelly. Each identification brought a small measure of justice, but it also reignited the horror of how long those souls had remained nameless beneath the permafrost. Hansen himself lived out his remaining years behind bars, serving a 461-year sentence without the possibility of parole. His demeanor in prison was eerily calm. Guards described him as polite, quiet, even helpful, traits that mirrored the false charm he'd used to deceive those around him in the outside world. He never expressed genuine remorse. To the end, his confessions were delivered in the same detached tone, as if he were recounting hunting trips rather than human lives taken. When asked about the women, he often minimized their worth, dismissing them as street girls or troublemakers, revealing a deep-seated contempt that had fueled his violence. When Hansen died in 2014 at the age of 75, many Alaskans felt a strange mix of relief and unease. His death closed a chapter but didn't erase the trauma he left behind. The prison's walls that contained him couldn't contain the legacy of fear and fascination that followed. For many, the mere fact that he had lived for decades after his crimes, breathing the same air as those who remembered his victims, felt unjust. But for others, his slow decay in confinement symbolized a different kind of punishment. A life spent stripped of freedom, surrounded not by forests but by the sterile hum of concrete and iron. After his death, renewed attention fell upon the women he had killed. Documentaries, books, and podcasts revisited the story, not to glorify Hansen, but to give voice to those he silenced. Victim advocacy groups in Alaska began pushing for better systems to protect vulnerable women, especially those working in industries that made them targets for predators. Their campaigns led to reforms in how missing persons cases were prioritized and investigated, ensuring that no one would ever again vanish so easily into the wilderness without someone searching for them. The story of the butcher baker became more than just a tale of horror. It became a lesson in vigilance. It forced Alaska to confront how easily isolation and neglect could turn paradise into a predator's playground. And beyond Alaska, the story resonated with communities everywhere, a chilling reminder that monsters often hide behind ordinary faces. Hansen wasn't a stranger lurking in the dark. He was the man baking bread for the town, the neighbor who waved from across the street, the friendly face at church in the quiet corners of Anchorage, where snow still falls softly over the land he once used as his hunting ground. People continue to remember. Some visit the memorial sites where his victims' names are etched into stone. Others light candles or leave flowers along trails that once led to terror. The wilderness, though scarred, has slowly reclaimed those places. Grass and moss now cover the shallow graves, the rivers run clear, and nature, in its patient way, heals itself. Yet every so often, a lone traveler standing beneath the northern lights may feel a sudden chill, a sense that the ground beneath their feet carries stories untold, that the silence of the wilderness still hums with echoes of lives stolen too soon. It's in those moments that Alaska's dark secret whispers again, that even in the most beautiful corners of the world, darkness can take root, and that evil, once buried, never truly disappears. It simply sleeps beneath the ice, waiting for the world to remember. Chapter 10. The Psychology of a Predator Inside the Mind of Robert Hansen. To truly understand the darkness that drove Robert Hansen, one must journey into the fractured corridors of his mind, a place where humiliation festered into hatred and desire twisted into domination. His crimes weren't born in sudden bursts of violence, but rather crafted over decades of quiet rage, built layer by layer within the lonely psyche of a man who could not reconcile the world's rejection with his own deep, obsessive need for control. Hansen wasn't just a killer. He was a study in how resentment, when nurtured long enough, can become monstrous. Psychologists who later examined Hansen's behavior found in him an archetype of a certain kind of predator, the socially awkward man whose inadequacies fester into violence. From childhood, he had carried emotional scars that would one day metastasize into cruelty. Born in Esterville, Iowa, in 1939, Hansen grew up under the stern, often cold discipline of his father, a strict Danish immigrant who valued hard work and obedience above all else. Young Robert's life revolved around his father's expectations, the family's bakery, and the suffocating silence of a home where affection was rare. Hansen's stutter, severe and deeply humiliating, became both his curse and his identity. In the small-town social world of the 1950s, where confidence and charm defined masculinity, Hansen was instantly an outsider. He was teased relentlessly, often mocked by girls and ignored by peers. Every cruel laugh, every dismissive glance, every date he never got, these moments hardened into something poisonous inside him. Psychologists later described his stutter as more than a speech impediment. It was a symbol of helplessness that defined how he saw himself in relation to the world. He wanted to speak powerfully, to be heard and respected, but his own voice betrayed him. That internal frustration would one day find its outlet through violence. As he grew older, Hansen developed a fascination with hunting, a passion that began innocently enough. The wild offered him escape, a place where his stutter didn't matter, where animals didn't laugh at him. Out in the forest, rifle in hand, he could be silent yet powerful. The hunt was clean, logical, and controllable. He learned patience, precision, and detachment, the same qualities that would later define his murders. He could take life and feel nothing, only satisfaction at the perfection of his aim. That transformation, where control became pleasure, was the seed of the predator he would become. In his teenage years, the social rejection deepened. He longed for female attention but received only humiliation. Rejection after rejection reinforced his growing hatred for women, particularly those he perceived as beautiful or sexually confident. In his mind, they represented everything he could never have: freedom, confidence, desirability. His resentment began to ferment into something darker. Psychologists would later call this compensatory aggression, the channeling of personal inadequacy into acts of control over others. By the time Hansen reached adulthood, his emotional isolation had calcified. He married young, perhaps hoping that love would fix the emptiness inside him, but his relationships were strained by his coldness and need for dominance. Beneath the mask of a quiet husband and baker lay a simmering resentment that demanded release. That release first appeared in petty crimes, arson, theft, and vandalism. In 1960, at just 21, Hansen set fire to a local school bus garage in Pocahontas, Iowa, a crime that landed him in prison for the first time. Psychiatrists who evaluated him then noted his antisocial tendencies, his lack of empathy, and his desire for recognition through acts of destruction. Even at that stage, he exhibited what they called compulsive compensatory behavior, small attempts to assert power in a world where he felt powerless. After his release, Hansen's pattern became clear. Every time his life seemed stable, his darker impulses resurfaced. When he moved to Anchorage, Alaska. In the late 1960s, he found what he considered paradise, a place filled with wilderness, opportunity, and, most importantly, isolation. Here, he could blend in unnoticed. Alaska was a frontier of freedom, but for Hansen, it was also a frontier of control. The vast land provided him both the cover and the stage to act out his fantasies without fear of discovery. It's important to understand that Hansen didn't view himself as insane. He operated with chilling rationality. When forensic psychologists later interviewed him, they found him disturbingly self-aware. He admitted his feelings of inferiority, his obsession with rejection, and his belief that the world owed him something for his suffering. His crimes, in his mind, were a form of justice, a grotesque balance to the years he spent humiliated. He convinced himself that his victims deserved what they got because they represented the kind of women who had always scorned him. This delusional justification is what made Hansen's psychology particularly terrifying. He didn't kill impulsively or without reason. He constructed a moral framework where murder was logical, even deserved. Each abduction, each hunt, was part of an elaborate fantasy of domination and revenge. When he forced women into the wilderness, armed them briefly, and then released them into the woods, he recreated his favorite activity, the hunt, but this time with humans. It wasn't just about killing. It was about watching fear, about savoring the control he had never felt in his own life. His choice of victims was deliberate. Hansen targeted sex workers, dancers, and transient women, those society often overlooked. They were easy to lure with promises of money or gifts, and their disappearances rarely sparked immediate investigation. To Hansen, they were the perfect prey, women he could punish for his lifelong resentment without consequence. The way he dehumanized them reveals the depth of his psychopathy. He saw them as things, as substitutes for his failures, and once his fantasy was complete, he discarded them like broken tools. Forensic psychiatrists later identified Hansen as displaying traits of paraphilic sadism, a condition where sexual gratification is linked to the suffering and humiliation of others. Yet what made him more complex than a simple sadist was his organization and planning. He wasn't driven by chaotic urges. His crimes followed strict rituals. Each one was planned meticulously, as though he were trying to construct the perfect hunt. That level of control distinguished him from impulsive killers. It also made him far harder to catch. Those who later reviewed his psychological evaluations noted how eerily normal he could appear. When not in his hunting mode, Hansen was a functioning member of society, a business owner, a husband, a father, even a respected figure in his local church. He didn't fit the stereotype of the deranged murderer. That duality, the ability to live two lives seamlessly, is one of the hallmarks of psychopathic personality structure. Hansen's empathy switch was permanently off, yet he had learned how to mimic human warmth well enough to fool almost everyone around him. The concept of masking is critical in understanding him. Like many sociopaths, Hansen studied human behavior, copying the emotional cues of others. He smiled when expected, spoke politely, and expressed remorse only when it served his needs. But behind that mask was a void, an emotional emptiness that no amount of social imitation could fill. His stutter, once the symbol of his vulnerability, became his camouflage. People underestimated him, seeing him as harmless, meek, even pitiful. It was the perfect disguise. Inside the sterile rooms of the correctional facility where Robert Hansen spent the rest of his life, psychiatrists often remarked that his eyes carried a strange contradiction. They were calm, polite, almost boyishly shy, but behind them flickered a sharpness, a calculating coldness that seemed untouched by empathy or remorse. When asked about his crimes, he would answer in measured tones, speaking of them as though they were business transactions or strategic hunts. There was no sense of chaos in his voice, no passion or anger. To Hansen, killing had become an exercise in control, a ritual meant to fill the void that had followed him since childhood. It is in that calmness that one sees the terrifying essence of his psychology. Most people associate evil with rage, with a loss of control, but for Hansen, evil was precision. Each abduction, each hunt, each burial followed a system. His violence wasn't impulsive. It was premeditated and procedural. When forensic psychiatrists analyzed his case, they noted that his behavior aligned closely with what is known as organized psychopathy, a condition where an individual can separate the emotional self from the functional self entirely. He could bake pies for the church fundraiser one day and plan a murder the next, without either act intruding on the other. In interviews, Hansen often downplayed his crimes, speaking about his victims as though they were minor inconveniences, a byproduct of his frustrations. When pressed for motives, he would deflect with vague answers, sometimes blaming his stutter, sometimes his loneliness, and at other times claiming that he just snapped. But his timeline betrayed that explanation. There was no single snap. It was a long, deliberate descent into darkness. He had built his methods over time, refining them like a craftsman perfecting his art. Psychologists have long debated what truly drives a man like Hansen. Some believe it was a classic case of narcissistic injury, a lifetime of rejection that corroded his self-worth until only rage remained. Others argue it was sexualized power disorder, where the act of dominance replaced intimacy. But perhaps the simplest truth is that Hansen's crimes were fueled by an addiction, not to blood, but to the feeling of complete control. In a world that had always made him feel small, invisible, and powerless, he found his identity in terror. One of the most chilling revelations from his psychological assessments was his understanding of empathy. He didn't lack awareness of right or wrong. He knew precisely what he was doing. He just didn't care. When asked if he felt sorry for his victims, Hansen reportedly shrugged and said, "They were there. I was there." That apathy, that absence of moral engagement, is what defined him. It's what separates psychopaths from the rest of humanity, not ignorance of morality, but indifference to it. Yet even within that indifference, Hansen had rules that made sense only to him. He believed his hunts were fair. In his twisted logic, giving his victims a brief chance to run before shooting them transformed his murders into something noble, something sporting. He saw himself as the master of a private world where nature's laws, his laws, reigned supreme. The rifle, the wilderness, the chase. These were his tools of redemption, the instruments through which he rewrote his own story. Criminologists studying his patterns later observed how symbolic his rituals were. Every hunt mirrored his internal struggle, the need to prove his dominance, to silence the laughter of those who had mocked him, to erase the helplessness of his youth. By transforming women into prey, he reversed the dynamic of power that had haunted him for years. Each bullet fired into the icy air was, in his mind, aimed not at a woman but at the ghosts of his past, the girls who had ignored him, the father who had belittled him, the world that had refused to see him as strong. Inside his mind, every murder was a restoration of pride. But the satisfaction never lasted. Psychologists noted that Hansen's killings followed a compulsive cycle. After each murder, he experienced a temporary calm, a fleeting sense of mastery over his life. But soon after, the emptiness returned, deeper and hungrier than before. He would grow restless, irritable, disconnected. And then, inevitably, he would hunt again. Like an addict chasing a high that never truly satisfies, he became trapped in a loop of control and collapse. The wilderness became both his sanctuary and his stage, the only place where he could perform the fantasy that kept him feeling alive. Those who interviewed him often struggled with the dissonance between his polite demeanor and the horror of his acts. He would talk about baking with the same tone he used to describe murder. His words were calm, deliberate, even soft-spoken. He never raised his voice. It was this ordinariness that unsettled those who faced him, the realization that true evil could sound so reasonable. One prison psychiatrist once said, "Hansen doesn't speak like a man describing crimes. He speaks like a man describing a hobby." That distinction was what made him uniquely chilling. As forensic studies deepened, investigators began comparing Hansen's profile to other organized killers like Ted Bundy or Dennis Rader, but Hansen's motivations were colder, less narcissistic. He didn't seek fame, didn't want recognition. He killed to soothe something private and primal. His reward was not attention, it was silence. The silence of the woods, the silence of his victims, the silence that followed a scream cut short. This absence of ego set him apart. While other serial killers often reveled in taunting the public or police, Hansen sought anonymity. It wasn't pride that fueled him, it was compulsion. And that compulsion, as experts noted, was born from his inability to process humiliation. Every insult he endured as a boy had to be repaid. Every rejection had to be avenged. The women he killed weren't individuals to him. They were symbols of a lifetime of shame. In each hunt, he reenacted that power struggle until, for a brief moment, he felt whole. One of the most telling moments in Hansen's psychological interviews came when he was asked if he thought of himself as evil. He paused, then simply said, "I don't think so. I think people made me what I am." In that sentence lies the core of his pathology. His refusal to take responsibility, his belief that his actions were not born of choice but of necessity. It was always someone else's fault. To him, his victims represented a world that had wronged him first. The murders were, in his mind, the natural order correcting itself. Even in prison, Hansen continued to live by his own internal order. He kept to routines, organized his days, and followed a strict schedule. The same meticulousness that once planned murders now applied to mundane details of incarceration. When to eat, when to clean, when to sleep. He was, to the end, a creature of habit and control. The psychologists who monitored him observed that even in confinement, Hansen's sense of mastery persisted. Though he was physically caged, mentally he still believed he had one. The wilderness lived on in his imagination, an endless field of snow where he remained the hunter, never the hunted. What makes Robert Hansen's psychology so disturbing isn't merely what he did. It's how logically he explained it to himself. He wasn't the embodiment of chaos, but of order twisted beyond recognition. His evil was quiet, efficient, deliberate. It's why his story continues to fascinate and horrify, because it forces us to confront a truth about human nature, that beneath the surface of civility, there can exist a cold, patient cruelty, waiting only for isolation and opportunity to awaken it. And when it does, it doesn't rage, plans. It watches. It hunts. Chapter 11. The Investigation's Legacy: How Hansen Changed Criminal Profiling Forever. When Robert Hansen was finally unmasked as the Butcher Baker, the revelation did more than shock Alaska. It shook the entire field of criminal investigation. For decades, law enforcement agencies had treated serial murders as isolated cases, each bound to a specific region or psychological type. Hansen shattered that illusion. He proved that a killer could live an utterly ordinary life, blend seamlessly into his community, and still commit unspeakable acts in secret. His crimes became a case study not only in evil but in how easily evil could hide behind a mask of normalcy. The investigation that brought Hansen down in the early 1980s was groundbreaking in many ways. It was one of the first major cases in the United States to use criminal profiling, a psychological technique still in its infancy at the time, to track a serial offender. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit, led by agents like John Douglas and Roy Hazelwood, had only recently begun developing systematic methods for understanding the minds of serial killers. When Alaska State Trooper Glenn Flotha reached out for help, the FBI saw Hansen's case as a chance to test their emerging theories in real time. At the start, the investigation was anything but clear. The discovery of several bodies in the frozen wilderness around Anchorage suggested a serial killer, but the victims shared little in common beyond their vulnerability. Most were sex workers or dancers, women who moved frequently, and whose disappearances often went unnoticed for months. Traditional investigative methods, witness testimony, surveillance, or forensic leads were failing. It was profiling that ultimately bridged the gap between evidence and intuition. Roy Hazelwood, one of the FBI's pioneering profilers, analyzed the case data and constructed a psychological portrait of the unknown killer. His profile described a man who was socially awkward but intelligent, someone who likely held a steady job, lived a routine life, and enjoyed hunting, both animals and people. He would be meticulous, methodical, and, above all, driven by resentment toward women who he perceived as immoral or dismissive. The profile suggested that this man had probably been rejected often in his youth and now sought to reassert power through carefully controlled violence. When Flotha read that profile, he immediately thought of Robert Hansen. The description matched him almost perfectly. The stuttering, soft-spoken baker who owned a small business was an avid hunter and had a history of minor run-ins with the law. Still, the idea that this quiet family man could be responsible for so many gruesome murders seemed unthinkable at first. Hansen was well-liked in Anchorage. He was known for his pastries and his shy demeanor, not for cruelty. But the deeper investigators dug, the more the pieces fit. The use of profiling in Hansen's case became a defining moment for law enforcement. It validated the idea that understanding a criminal's psychology could be just as crucial as tracking physical evidence. The FBI's Behavioral Science Unit saw in Hansen the perfect embodiment of the organized killer archetype. A murderer who plans every detail, chooses victims strategically, and takes steps to avoid detection. His crimes were not spontaneous acts of rage but carefully orchestrated rituals. That insight would go on to influence how investigators approached serial crimes for decades afterward. One of the most important lessons learned from Hansen's case was the value of victimology, the study of victims to understand the predator. Traditionally, victims were seen as secondary to the crime itself, but Hansen's pattern forced investigators to see them differently. His choice of victims, women from marginalized backgrounds, revealed his psychology far more than any physical clue could. By analyzing who he targeted and why, profilers could predict his next moves. This shift in perspective marked a turning point in forensic psychology, one that continues to shape investigations to this day. Another groundbreaking element of the Hansen case was its use of geographic profiling. Though the term itself hadn't yet been coined, investigators mapped the locations of the discovered bodies and compared them to Hansen's known hunting areas. The resulting overlap was striking. It showed that even in the vast, uncharted wilderness of Alaska, a killer's patterns could be traced. The geography of his crimes reflected his comfort zones, areas he knew intimately, where he could navigate with confidence and escape unnoticed. This early form of spatial analysis became the foundation for what would later be formalized as geographic profiling, a tool now used worldwide to identify serial offenders based on their spatial behavior. Hansen's capture also emphasized the importance of interdisciplinary cooperation. Law enforcement agencies across Alaska, the FBI, and local experts all worked together, sharing data and insights. This collaboration was relatively rare at the time. Before the 1980s, many police departments operated in isolation, guarding information rather than pooling it. Hansen's case demonstrated how essential shared intelligence could be when dealing with a predator who moved freely across jurisdictions. The breakthrough moment came when a young woman named Cindy Paulson escaped from Hansen's captivity and told police her story. Her bravery not only exposed Hansen's crimes but also proved how critical survivor testimony could be in understanding the psychology of a predator. Cindy's detailed recollection of Hansen's habits, his tools, and his private airplane gave investigators the clues they needed to focus their search. Without her testimony, Hansen might have remained free for years longer. When investigators finally obtained a search warrant for Hansen's property, they were stunned by what they found. Hidden behind the walls of his quiet suburban home was a hunter's arsenal: rifles, knives, trophies, and a hand-drawn map marked with tiny X's that corresponded to burial sites. The map, later confirmed by Hansen himself, became one of the most haunting artifacts in criminal history. It was the physical manifestation of his pathology, proof that his crimes had not been random but part of a chilling, calculated system. This discovery fundamentally changed how investigators understood serial killers. Hansen wasn't acting out of impulse or madness. He was methodical, intelligent, and deliberate. That realization shattered many of the stereotypes about what a serial killer looked like. The notion that killers were visibly deranged or socially alien was replaced by something far more terrifying: that they could be normal. That lesson would shape the next generation of profiling. In the years following Hansen's conviction, the FBI used his case as a teaching model for new agents. It became a cornerstone example of behavioral profiling in action, illustrating how combining psychology with forensic science could yield powerful results. Hansen's interviews were analyzed, his hunting patterns dissected, and his victim selection studied in depth. The case helped refine profiling models that would later be applied to other notorious killers, from Gary Ridgway to Israel Keyes. Even outside the world of law enforcement, Hansen's crimes changed how people thought about trust and isolation. For Alaskans, the wilderness had always been a place of freedom and refuge. After Hansen, it became a place that mirrored humanity's duality: breathtakingly beautiful, yet capable of hiding unthinkable darkness. That contrast resonated deeply in American consciousness. Writers, filmmakers, and criminologists would later refer to Hansen's story as a chilling metaphor for how ordinary lives can conceal extraordinary evil. His case also highlighted the vulnerability of marginalized women and the systemic failures that allowed them to disappear unnoticed. After Robert Hansen's arrest and confession, the ripple effects spread far beyond Alaska. His case became a touchstone for how modern criminal profiling, forensic psychology, and interagency cooperation evolved through the late 20th century. The details of his methodology, his rituals, his victim targeting, and his psychological motivations were dissected and studied for years, not merely to understand him, but to prevent the emergence of another like him. It was as though law enforcement had peered through a dark keyhole and discovered an entirely new kind of criminal pattern, one shaped by control, resentment, and the ability to live two entirely separate lives. When the FBI's behavioral science unit began cataloging the details of Hansen's confessions, they saw an opportunity to test their theories against a living example of the organized killer. Unlike the chaotic, impulsive murders of many offenders, Hansen's pattern was consistent and deliberate. He had a process, a ritualized way of capturing, releasing, and hunting his victims in the wilderness. This level of organization aligned perfectly with what profilers were beginning to identify as a distinct behavioral typology. It was no longer enough to categorize killers by body count or method. Now, they could be understood by motivation, preparation, and psychological gratification. Hansen's confessions provided crucial insight into the concept of fantasy-driven behavior. He described in chilling detail how the idea of control over another human being, especially one who represented his insecurities and frustrations, gave him a sense of empowerment. The hunting itself wasn't about survival. It was about domination. Each act was a darkened version of the self-image Hansen had cultivated. A shy, awkward man who could barely make eye contact in public, transforming into a godlike figure in the Alaskan wild. The FBI began to see this as a recurring psychological mechanism among certain offenders, where fantasy became the bridge between ordinary life and murder. This understanding led to new training modules for investigators and psychologists alike. Hansen's case taught that fantasy often preceded physical action, and that behavioral signs, seemingly small obsessions or recurring themes, could be early warning indicators. The way Hansen described his crimes as a kind of release exposed how long-term resentment, when paired with isolation and opportunity, could erupt into violence. His duality, the gentle baker versus the predatory hunter, became an enduring lesson on how compartmentalization allows evil to thrive unnoticed. In Alaska, the case sparked massive procedural reforms. Law enforcement agencies began creating more detailed databases for missing persons, particularly those working in vulnerable professions. Prior to Hansen's crimes, the disappearances of sex workers were often dismissed or deprioritized. After the Butcher-Baker investigation, the realization that these women had been systematically hunted forced a moral reckoning. Detectives started cross-referencing reports across jurisdictions, ensuring that patterns wouldn't be ignored simply because of who the victims were. The Anchorage Police Department also began working closely with social service organizations, recognizing that survival sex work, homelessness, and addiction were not just social issues but potential avenues of victimization. Hansen's crimes had exposed how predators exploit society's blind spots. This awareness led to the development of early victim support networks in Alaska, services that provided protection and outreach to those most at risk. Meanwhile, in Quantico, the FBI's Behavioral Science Unit compiled Hansen's psychological profile alongside those of other emerging serial offenders. His case sat alongside the likes of Ted Bundy, John Wayne Gacy, and Gary Ridgway in the FBI's internal study on serial offender behavior. Yet Hansen stood apart. His crimes lacked the flamboyant sadism or media-seeking arrogance of many killers. His evil was understated, almost administrative in nature. He didn't taunt police or chase headlines. His motivation wasn't fame, it was power exercised in private. This subtlety made him even more dangerous, and even more instructive for the science of criminal profiling. One particularly striking revelation from his psychological evaluation was how profoundly his stutter and childhood humiliation had shaped his worldview. Hansen's resentment toward women, particularly those who rejected or laughed at him, became the seed of his pathology. Psychologists noted how his sense of inadequacy evolved into an obsessive need to control. His hunting trips provided an arena where he could rewrite his narrative, no longer the stuttering boy, but the master of fate. This connection between childhood trauma, fantasy development, and eventual violent release became a foundational framework in modern forensic psychology. Forensic mapping also evolved in Hansen's wake. His hand-drawn map of burial sites became a case study in how geography reflects psychology. Each X on that map wasn't random. It corresponded to an area Hansen knew intimately, a place that made him feel safe. Geographic profilers later developed algorithms based on similar patterns, identifying comfort zones and anchor points for serial offenders. Hansen, without knowing it, had contributed data that would form the bedrock of this field. Even after his conviction, researchers continued to study Hansen for insight. Over the years, several academic papers and criminological analyses dissected his personality through interviews and psychological records. One recurring theme was cognitive dissonance. The way Hansen could bake pies for his family one day and bury victims the next without apparent conflict. His mind had compartmentalized morality, allowing him to function as both predator and provider. Understanding this mental partitioning became critical to profiling other serial offenders who lived similarly double lives. In the broader public imagination, Hansen's case redefined the image of a killer. Before him, the stereotype was the drifter, the stranger in the dark alley. Hansen proved that the true danger could live next door. He had a business license, a family, and a reputation for kindness. His ordinariness became his camouflage. This realization unsettled communities across America and gave rise to a new awareness that evil often hides in plain sight. Law enforcement agencies across the country began investing more heavily in psychological training, forensic mapping, and interagency databases. The National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime, established in 1985, cited Hansen's case among those that proved the necessity of behavioral analysis. By the early 1990s, profiling was no longer viewed as speculation. It was a recognized investigative science, with Hansen's case used as a benchmark example in FBI academies. For Alaska, the memory of Hansen never faded. The once pristine wilderness where he hunted became a kind of haunted landscape. Each trail and clearing carried the echo of his crimes. The survivors and the families of victims pushed for memorial recognition, not just for justice, but as a warning, a reminder of what can happen when vulnerability meets indifference. In the years following his death in 2014, Hansen's story continued to serve as a case study in universities, documentaries, and law enforcement seminars. His name became synonymous with the psychology of control, the pathology of resentment, and the invisible monsters who walk among us. Every time an investigator studied his file, they were reminded of the delicate balance between the human need for order and the chaos that lives in shadow. Chapter 12. The Courtroom of Shadows, Justice in Alaska. When Robert Hansen was finally brought before the courts in Anchorage, the world seemed to hold its breath. The small, unassuming baker who had spent years quietly terrorizing Alaska's wilderness now sat in a courtroom, hands clasped, head slightly bowed, his glasses reflecting the harsh fluorescent lights above. The man who had hunted human beings in the isolation of the tundra was now caged within four walls, surrounded by detectives, lawyers, and reporters eager to witness the unraveling of one of America's most terrifying cases. Yet even in this setting, Hansen remained eerily calm, as if the courtroom itself was merely another stage in his lifelong game of control. The proceedings began in 1984, nearly 2 years after his capture. The public, who had once known Hansen as a humble family man and small business owner, now learned of the horrors that had played out in secret. The kidnappings, the flights into the Alaskan wilderness, the brutal hunts, and the shallow graves hidden beneath the snow. Anchorage had never seen a case of such scale. Reporters from across the United States descended upon the city, calling Hansen the Butcher Baker, a name that both chilled and fascinated the nation. The courtroom itself became a theater of contradictions. On one side sat a quiet, middle-aged man, dressed neatly, answering questions with the same politeness that had once earned him his neighbor's trust. On the other side were boxes filled with evidence, maps, firearms, spent shell casings, jewelry taken from victims, and the now infamous hand-drawn map of burial sites discovered behind Hansen's headboard. It was this map that, more than any testimony, captured the horror of what he had done. Each small red X on that paper represented a life extinguished, a story ended in silence. Prosecutors faced a challenge unlike any other. They had to make sense of Hansen's years of violence, to condense the unimaginable into something the court could understand. There were physical remains from 17 confirmed victims and Hansen's own admissions to more, but the exact number would never be known. Some of the burial sites on his map led to nothing. Perhaps lost evidence, perhaps victims whose remains had been consumed by the frozen landscape. The weight of uncertainty hung over the proceedings like an unending winter storm. Hansen's defense team, recognizing the mountain of evidence against him, avoided the path of denial. Instead, they focused on sparing him the death penalty by portraying him as a deeply disturbed man, a product of mental illness rather than pure malice. Psychiatrists testified about his severe inferiority complex, his lifelong stutter, and his childhood bullying. They described him as a man whose feelings of rejection by women had metastasized into hatred and a compulsion to assert dominance. But even these explanations could not soften the cold, mechanical precision with which he had planned and executed his crimes. Trooper Glenn Flotha, who had led the investigation that brought Hansen down, took the stand as one of the key witnesses. His testimony was methodical and unflinching. He walked the court through every step of the investigation, from Cindy Paulson's escape, to the cooperation with the FBI, to the search warrant that uncovered the hidden weapons and trophies in Hansen's home. The courtroom listened in hushed silence as Flotha described the discovery of the map and Hansen's casual admission that the markings represented places he had been with the girls. It was a statement so void of empathy that even seasoned officers found it hard to stomach. The prosecution presented evidence piece by piece, each fragment adding weight to the growing portrait of a man consumed by control. There were bullet casings from the shallow graves that matched Hansen's rifle, traces of his airplane fuel residues on recovered clothing, and jewelry identified by families of missing women. The cumulative effect was devastating. The narrative that emerged was not one of insanity, but of deliberate, calculated cruelty. Hansen's demeanor throughout the trial fascinated both the press and the psychologists observing him. He rarely showed emotion. When survivors and families spoke, his face remained expressionless. When detectives recounted the horrors he'd confessed to, he sometimes nodded slightly, as though acknowledging a well-baked loaf rather than a life destroyed. It was this composure, this chilling lack of remorse, that left many wondering whether Hansen truly understood the magnitude of his actions. Cindy Paulson, the young woman whose escape had set the entire investigation in motion, did not appear in court to testify directly. Her trauma was too severe, and prosecutors decided that her prior recorded statements and testimony would suffice. Yet her presence loomed over every moment of the trial. Her courage had broken Hansen's facade, and her story had given voice to countless silenced victims. When her taped testimony was played, the courtroom fell into an eerie stillness. The sound of her trembling voice describing the night she was chained in Hansen's airplane hangar filled the chamber, and even the most stoic officers lowered their eyes. Outside the courtroom, public sentiment was boiling. Anchorage had become obsessed with the case. Newspapers printed daily updates. Sketch artists filled front pages with drawings of Hansen, and the community wrestled with a collective sense of betrayal. This was a man who had walked among them, selling pastries, attending church, and chatting with customers while secretly plotting his next kill. The realization that such evil could exist in such ordinary packaging sent ripples of unease through the entire state. When Hansen's attorneys finally negotiated a plea deal, it shocked many. In exchange for his cooperation, his willingness to show authorities where he had buried his victims, the death penalty was taken off the table. Instead, he would serve a life sentence without the possibility of parole. The decision was controversial. Some saw it as a necessary compromise to bring closure to the victims' families. Others viewed it as a failure of justice, believing that a man capable of such horror deserved no mercy. The process of confirming the burial sites was harrowing. Hansen was flown under tight security to various remote locations around Anchorage and the Matanuska-Susitna Valley. He sat in the cockpit of a helicopter, pointing out spots where he had left his victims. The surreal image of the mild-mannered baker, shackled and guarded, calmly directing troopers to graves hidden beneath decades of ice, remains one of the most haunting moments in Alaska's criminal history. Each site brought its own sorrow. At some, they found skeletal remains. At others, only small fragments, bones scattered by wildlife or eroded by time. The cold earth offered back only pieces, but each discovery brought a measure of peace to families who had waited years for answers. Hansen, for his part, was emotionless throughout. He showed no visible regret, no signs of grief for the women whose lives he had taken. His cooperation seemed purely transactional, a final assertion of control. He alone could reveal where the bodies lie. By the time sentencing arrived, the evidence had painted a picture of such depravity that the outcome felt inevitable. Hansen pleaded guilty to 4 counts of first-degree murder, though the true number of his victims was believed to be at least 17, possibly more. Judge Ralph Moody, presiding over the sentencing, spoke in a tone of quiet disgust. "You have left a legacy of horror that will not soon be forgotten," he told Hansen before handing down a sentence of 461 years plus life, without parole. It was a number so vast that it sounded almost symbolic, a mathematical expression of society's determination that Robert Hansen would never again walk free. In the aftermath of sentencing, the courtroom slowly emptied, but the weight of Robert Hansen's crimes lingered in the air like the echo of a storm that had passed yet left devastation in its wake. Reporters filed their final stories, television crews packed their cameras, and the people of Anchorage tried to process what they had just witnessed. There was no cheering, no sense of triumph. What had unfolded inside that courtroom was not victory. It was revelation. A collective acknowledgement that evil could live quietly, laugh politely, and bake bread for your children while carrying the darkest of secrets in its heart. For the families of Hansen's victims, the conclusion brought a fragile form of closure. Many had spent years living with uncertainty, wondering whether their daughters or sisters would ever be found. Some had held on to fading hopes that the women were still alive, somewhere out there in the vastness of Alaska. When Hansen finally confessed to where he had buried his victims, hope turned to grief, but also to relief. At least now they could lay their loved ones to rest. The court allowed family members to make statements during sentencing, and each voice became a reminder that behind the statistics were lives, laughter, and memories that Hansen had stolen. The judge's words still echo through legal archives. "You have stripped this state of its innocence," he said. "You've turned its wilderness into a graveyard." Those lines encapsulated the paradox of Alaska, a land of unimaginable beauty that had become the hunting ground for one of its own. The very isolation that drew people there for freedom and adventure had also provided the perfect cover for a predator who understood how easily the wilderness could erase a body, Hansen was immediately transferred to Spring Creek Correctional Center in Seward, a maximum security prison surrounded by mountains and ocean. Remote, cold, and unyielding, much like the world he had once used as his killing ground. There, he became inmate number 10038, just another number in a long corridor of concrete and steel. Yet, even in prison, his story continued to attract attention. Criminologists, psychologists, and journalists wrote extensively about his crimes, trying to understand what had made a man like Hansen tick. The idea that he could maintain such composure while committing acts of unimaginable brutality fascinated and horrified in equal measure. Inside the prison, Hansen was a model inmate. He worked in the laundry, avoided trouble, and spent most of his time alone. His quietness, once seen as shyness, now took on a more sinister tone, a silence that hinted at the emptiness within. Guards who interacted with him described him as polite and even-tempered, but detached, as though he were observing life rather than participating in it. He never spoke publicly about his crimes again, and he refused all media interviews. The man who had once lived for control now existed in a place where every second of his life was controlled by others. Meanwhile, in Anchorage, the aftermath of the Butcher-Baker case continued to reshape the community. Law enforcement agencies overhauled how they handled missing persons reports, particularly those involving vulnerable women. Outreach programs were developed to protect sex workers, and the police began building stronger relationships with local advocacy groups. The case had exposed how easily society had overlooked women on the margins, and how that neglect had allowed Hansen to operate unchecked for years. The public's relationship with the wilderness also changed. The same forests and valleys that had once symbolized adventure now carried an undercurrent of unease. Hunters and hikers began to look differently at the isolated trails, at the open expanses of tundra where Hansen's victims had been found. For a generation of Alaskans, his crimes left a permanent mark, a reminder that beauty can hide darkness, and that even the most pristine landscapes can harbor unspeakable acts. The FBI continued to use Hansen's case as a benchmark in its behavioral science training. Recruits at Quantico studied the detailed reports, the interview transcripts, and the psychological evaluations. They examined how Hansen's outward normalcy had masked deep-seated rage, how his intelligence and organization had made him so effective, and how victimology and geographic profiling had been instrumental in catching him. Hansen's case became a cornerstone of modern profiling methodology, a chilling reminder of how vital it is to look beyond the surface. And the years following his sentencing, Hansen's crimes inspired a number of films, documentaries, and books. Each attempted to capture the contrast between the mild-mannered baker and the predatory hunter. The 2013 film The Frozen Ground, starring Nicolas Cage and John Cusack, dramatized the investigation that led to Hansen's arrest. While some criticized the movie for dramatizing tragedy, others praised it for shedding light on the courage of Cindy Paulson and the relentless pursuit by investigators. For many, the dramatization served as a way to process the enormity of what had happened, transforming raw horror into a story that could be told and learned from. Yet beneath the headlines and retellings, a quieter narrative persisted, the story of human resilience. Survivors, families, and investigators found ways to honor the lives that had been lost. Memorials were held, and some of the recovered remains were laid to rest in Anchorage cemeteries. The names of Hansen's victims, once forgotten by a society that overlooked them, began to be spoken again with compassion and dignity. The voices that Hansen had tried to silence were finally being heard as the years turned into decades. Hansen's health began to decline. He grew frail, his once steady hands trembling from illness and age. In 2014, after more than 30 years behind bars. Robert Hansen died at the age of 75 at Alaska Regional Hospital. There was no public mourning, no vigil, no ceremony. His death was reported quietly, a short obituary noting that Robert C. Hansen, convicted serial murderer, has died while in custody. For many in Alaska, it was not closure so much as a quiet exhale, the final punctuation mark at the end of a sentence written in blood and snow. But Hansen's passing did not erase his shadow. His crimes remain an indelible part of Alaskan history, a dark cautionary tale about trust, isolation, and the thin veneer of civility that separates humanity from its primal instincts. The court transcripts, photographs, and police records are still studied today, not for sensationalism but for understanding. They stand as reminders that evil is rarely loud or monstrous. It can whisper, smile, and blend in until it's too late. For detectives like Glenn Floth, the case remained a defining moment of his career. In later interviews, he often reflected not on Hansen himself, but on the women whose courage had led to his downfall. He spoke of Cindy Paulson's bravery, of the countless hours spent combing through wilderness, of the families who waited for answers that sometimes never came. He said that Hansen's arrest had been less about catching a killer and more about giving voices back to those who had been erased. In the final analysis, the courtroom of Robert Hansen was not just a place of judgment. It was a mirror. It reflected both the depths of human cruelty and the strength of human determination. It showed how darkness can thrive in silence, and how truth, though often buried, can still rise from beneath the ice. For every person who sat in that courtroom, and for every investigator who studied his case afterward, Hansen became a grim teacher, an eternal warning that monsters often wear the most familiar faces. Chapter 13. The Map of Death, Unearthing the Victims. When investigators first unfolded Robert Hansen's hand-drawn map on that gray morning in 1983, the air in the interrogation room seemed to thicken. The paper, creased and smudged, was unremarkable at first glance, a simple topographic map of the Alaskan wilderness. But as their eyes adjusted, they began to see the small, precise markings scattered across it. Tiny red X's, each placed with the deliberation of a man who had committed the same act many times before. There were over 20 of them, and though no one wanted to believe what those marks meant, the silence in the room said otherwise. Every X was a grave. The map of death, as it came to be known among investigators, was unlike anything they had seen. It wasn't the wild scrawl of a man acting on impulse. It was methodical, organized, and chillingly clean, an archivist's record of destruction. For the Alaska State Troopers, the discovery of that map transformed Hansen's crimes from rumor into undeniable reality. It provided what the wilderness had so effectively concealed, a roadmap to truth and to horror. Each X corresponded to a remote location stretching from the Matanuska-Susitna Valley to the Nick River and beyond, deep into areas accessible only by bush plane. Hansen's meticulousness revealed something terrifying about his psyche. He hadn't simply killed to satisfy a violent urge. He had documented it, preserved it, like a hunter preserving trophies. It was this obsession with order that made him both frightening and traceable. The map became the single most important piece of evidence in understanding the full scope of his crimes. When the map was first recovered from a hidden compartment behind Hansen's headboard, investigators didn't immediately know what they were looking at. It was tucked away in a folded envelope alongside other personal effects, firearm receipts, hunting licenses, and insurance documents. At first glance, it might have seemed like an ordinary navigation chart, but Trooper Floth's instincts told him otherwise. The placement of the markings, the patterns of their spacing, It all felt deliberate. He knew that Hansen was an avid hunter and bush pilot, and that he often flew into remote wilderness areas. But what did these coordinates represent? The answer would soon emerge piece by horrific piece. The task of matching the map to real-world locations fell to teams of state troopers and FBI analysts, who worked with aerial photographs, flight logs, and Hansen's known movements. The process was painstaking. Many of the areas marked were accessible only by small aircraft, and even then only when weather permitted. Snow, rain, and time had erased much of the evidence from these remote sites, and the Alaskan wilderness was vast. Dense forests, frozen rivers, and shifting terrain that could swallow a grave in a season. The first expedition began in September 1983. A small team of troopers, led by Flotha himself, took off in a helicopter with Hansen's map in hand. The mood was somber. None of them spoke much during the flight. The only sound was the rhythmic chopping of the rotors against the cold air. Below them stretched endless miles of wilderness, majestic, beautiful, and indifferent. Somewhere down there lay the resting places of young women whose lives had been stolen and buried beneath the ice. When they reached the first marked location, near the Nick River, they landed cautiously and began their search. The team fanned out, moving slowly, scanning the frozen ground for any sign of disturbance. It didn't take long. A few feet from a stand of spruce trees, one of the officers noticed something. A small depression in the earth, barely visible beneath the moss and frost. They began to dig carefully, and soon fragments of fabric and bone emerged. The silence that followed was heavy and wordless. One of the officers, hardened by years of service, removed his hat and bowed his head. The first X had revealed its secret. Over the following weeks, investigators visited site after site, each journey taking them deeper into the wilderness and deeper into the darkness of Hansen's mind. Some locations yielded full skeletal remains, still partially clothed, sometimes with bullets embedded in the bones. Others offered only scattered fragments, remnants that spoke of violence but little else. Each discovery confirmed what they already knew. Hansen had used Alaska's vastness as his accomplice, hiding his crimes beneath nature's cold indifference. The work was grueling. Many of the graves were in areas accessible only by foot or by snowmobile. Teams battled freezing temperatures, unpredictable weather, and the psychological toll of what they were uncovering. Yet they pressed on, driven by the knowledge that each site represented a person, a story that deserved an ending. Identification was often difficult. Hansen's victims came from transient backgrounds. Many were sex workers or dancers whose disappearances had never been formally reported. Dental records and forensic anthropology became essential tools, allowing investigators to piece together identities from the smallest clues. Forensic technology in the early 1980s was primitive compared to today's standards. DNA analysis was still years away, and much of the evidence had been degraded by exposure to the elements. Investigators relied on jewelry, clothing, and personal effects to make identifications. Families across the country were contacted, asked to provide photographs, dental records, or any distinguishing details that might match the recovered remains. Slowly, names began to emerge from anonymity. Sherry Morrow, Andrea Altieri, Joanna Messina, Roxanne Eastland, women whose faces, once lost to time, began to take shape again in the files of the Alaska State Troopers. Each identification brought both relief and heartbreak. For the families, there was solace in knowing what had happened, but also an agony in imagining their loved ones' final moments. Many of them had to travel to Alaska to retrieve remains, their grief compounded by the alien beauty of the place where their daughters had been killed. The same mountains that had drawn adventurers and dreamers now stood as silent witnesses to a nightmare. As the investigation continued, the pattern on Hansen's map began to reveal something more, a disturbing precision. The graves weren't random. They followed the same flight paths Hansen had often taken for his hunting trips. Many were located near small clearings or along riverbanks where a bush plane could land. It became clear that Hansen had planned these sites in advance. He had chosen them for convenience and concealment, selecting spots where nature itself would protect his secrets. What haunted investigators most was how calm Hansen had been when identifying the sites. Under guard, he sat in the helicopter, directing them with the same composure he might have used when pointing out landmarks on a hunting trip. There was no tremor in his voice, no flicker of remorse. To him, these weren't graves, they were coordinates, data points on a map of conquest. Even in captivity, he maintained that cold detachment, as though the women he had murdered were simply entries in a ledger of control. The more the troopers searched, the more they realized that not every X led to a discovery. Some locations, despite careful excavation, yielded nothing. Perhaps Hansen's memory had faltered, or perhaps the graves had been swallowed by time and the relentless churn of Alaska's seasons. The uncertainty gnawed at investigators. They knew Hansen had killed more than he confessed to. His own words suggested as much. But without bodies, those stories would remain buried forever. When the final helicopter returned from the Alaskan wilderness that year, the investigators who had spent months tracing Hansen's red XS were no longer the same people who had first set out. They had seen what no human should have to see: the quiet horror of Earth disturbed by violence, the eerie silence of graves surrounded by endless beauty. Each site had told a fragment of the story, and when pieced together, those fragments revealed the full scale of Hansen's monstrous precision. But even as the case seemed to close, questions lingered in the air like the cold mist rising off the Nick River. How many marks had there really been on that map? And how many still lay undiscovered? Inside the Alaska State Troopers' headquarters, the evidence room became a repository of sorrow and truth. The recovered map, now preserved behind protective glass, stood as the heart of the investigation. Photographs from each site lined the walls in chronological order, showing the grim progression of Hansen's crimes. To anyone who entered, it felt like walking through a silent memorial, one that bore witness to the lives lost in a land that had hidden them so well. Detectives would sometimes pause before the map, tracing the routes with their fingers, silently wondering which marks would forever remain unanswered. Robert Hansen himself was far more forthcoming than anyone expected once he was confronted with the evidence. During his lengthy interviews, he admitted to many of the murders in a tone that was disturbingly casual, as though recounting details of a hunting trip. He spoke of flying women deep into the wilderness, forcing them to run through the woods as prey before killing them with his hunting rifle or knife. He described their terror clinically, showing no sign of empathy or hesitation. What chilled the interrogators most was not his violence, but his indifference. For Hansen, murder had become ritual, precision, and release, a perverse reflection of his lifelong need for control. That as he spoke, the investigators compared his confessions to the map. The alignment was perfect. Every location he mentioned corresponded with a red X. Yet when asked about certain marks for which no remains were found, Hansen hesitated. He would smile faintly or deflect with vague statements like, "I don't really remember that one." His selective memory became another layer of torment for those searching for closure. The implication was clear. There were likely more victims, women whose graves had been lost to snow, water, or time. To verify Hansen's admissions, forensic teams worked relentlessly through 1984 and 1985. New technology was emerging, and although DNA profiling was still in its infancy, microscopic soil and pollen analysis helped confirm burial sites. A few bullets recovered from the graves were matched to Hansen's rifle, a .223 caliber weapon he had registered years earlier. These forensic links gave prosecutors the physical proof they needed, but for the investigators, the case was far more personal. Every bone uncovered was another voice returned from silence, another promise kept to the missing. Anchorage, meanwhile, was struggling to come to terms with the truth. The revelation that a local baker, married, soft-spoken, and seemingly ordinary, had been hunting women for more than a decade shook the city to its core. In a community where everyone knew everyone, Hansen's crimes felt like a betrayal of trust on a civic scale. Newspaper headlines referred to the butcher baker, a name that captured both his daytime persona and the monstrosity of his secret life. Yet even as the media frenzy grew, the map remained under tight security, too gruesome and sacred to be shown publicly. It was both a record of evil and a roadmap of justice. One of the most haunting aspects of the investigation came from the helicopter flights where Hansen himself guided officers to specific sites. The troopers, aware that they were flying with a confessed murderer, maintained a tense silence as he looked out the window, calmly instructing the pilot where to land. At each stop, Hansen would step onto the tundra, glance around, and nod toward a direction, often describing exactly where the body had been buried. It was as if he were reliving his hunts in reverse, revisiting his private empire of cruelty, but this time under watchful eyes. His demeanor never changed. The same precision that had defined his crimes now defined his recollections. Those who witnessed these moments described an atmosphere of unbearable stillness. The forests seemed to hold their breath. The air was sharp, and every sound carried. Troopers marked coordinates, photographed the terrain, and collected evidence, while Hansen stood silently, the wind tugging at his jacket. There was something deeply unnatural about the calmness with which he acknowledged his own deeds. To some, it seemed as though Hansen took a grim satisfaction in demonstrating his control even in defeat, as if ensuring his memory would endure long after his imprisonment. Back in Anchorage, forensic anthropologists laid out the recovered remains in a temporary lab. Their work was delicate, reverent, and methodical. They examined each bone, searching for signs of trauma, bullet holes, knife marks, fractures. Each discovery was meticulously catalogued. They reconstructed the final moments of the victims' lives not through words, but through the mute testimony of evidence. The process was painful yet necessary. Every piece of data helped build a narrative that could stand in court, a story told not by witnesses, but by the earth itself. The court case that followed would rely heavily on this evidence. But before the legal proceedings began, the Alaska State Troopers made one final effort to cross-check the remaining marks on the map with every missing person report from the last decade. They reopened cold files, re-interviewed families, and compared dates and last known sightings. The effort revealed a grim consistency. Many of the missing women had vanished after meeting a man with a stutter who offered them money for private photo sessions or flights into the wilderness. The pattern matched Hansen perfectly. It became clear that the map was only part of a larger story, one written in manipulation, cruelty, and cold calculation. When the search finally ended, 15 of the red excess had been matched to known or suspected victims. The remaining ones, scattered across inaccessible mountain passes and glacial valleys, remained unsolved mysteries. The troopers marked them as potential sites in their files, but nature had already reclaimed them. Time, weather, and wildlife had erased whatever traces might have once existed. Still, those who had worked on the case often said they could never look at the Alaskan wilderness the same way again. What once symbolized freedom and purity now held an unspoken darkness, a reminder that even the most beautiful places can conceal unspeakable secrets. The recovered map itself was eventually archived under high security, becoming one of the most infamous pieces of criminal evidence in American history. It would later be featured in documentaries and criminology studies as an artifact of meticulous evil, a visual representation of how obsession and control can manifest in horror. To this day, the exact number of marks Hansen drew remains debated, with some investigators claiming they saw more than the official count. Whether he exaggerated or withheld information, no one can say for certain. For the families of the victims, however, the map brought something rare in such cases: closure. They could finally lay their daughters to rest, knowing the truth of what had happened. Memorials were quietly held, names inscribed, prayers whispered into the wind. The troopers attended many of these ceremonies, standing silently at the back, their faces lined with exhaustion. They had fulfilled a promise to uncover what had been hidden, to give the lost their voices back. Chapter 14. The monster behind the smile: psychology of Robert Hansen. In the quiet corridors of the Anchorage Correctional Complex, Robert Hansen was not the monster of legend. He was a small, bespectacled man with thinning hair, polite in speech and soft in demeanor. To those who didn't know his past, he might have seemed like an accountant or a schoolteacher, someone ordinary, unremarkable, even shy. Yet behind those mild eyes lay a darkness that baffled psychologists and investigators alike. What kind of mind could live such a double life? How could a man bake bread for neighbors in the morning and bury his victims in the frozen earth by night? When Hansen was finally examined by forensic psychologists after his arrest, they were struck by the contradictions he presented. He spoke calmly about his crimes, showing neither agitation nor remorse. He admitted to the killings as though describing the weather. His tone was flat, detached, and disturbingly clinical. There was no trace of pleasure or guilt, only an analytical precision that seemed to mirror his methodical habits in every other part of his life. He was, in the words of one examiner, a machine of order operating in moral chaos. Understanding Hansen required looking far beyond the crimes themselves, into the architecture of his mind. A place built from lifelong humiliation, suppressed rage, and an obsessive need to reclaim control. As a boy in Esterville, Iowa, he had been painfully shy and severely bullied for his stutter and acne. Other children mocked him relentlessly, girls turned away from him, and teachers, unable to reach him, labeled him a loner. His father, a strict and demanding man of Norwegian descent, offered little comfort. Instead, he demanded discipline and perfection, pushing young Robert to meet impossible standards both at home and in the family bakery. The boy learned early that emotion was weakness and control was everything. Psychologists later theorized that Hansen's early experiences of rejection and humiliation left deep scars that festered quietly through adolescence. His stutter and skin condition made him feel like an outcast, and his inability to connect socially bred resentment. He found solace in solitude and in the meticulous world of hunting, where rules were clear and success depended solely on skill. In the wilderness, animals didn't judge or laugh. They were prey, and he was in control. The bow became his language, the rifle his confidence. Long before he ever harmed a human being, he learned that dominance could erase helplessness, if only temporarily. But it wasn't until he reached adulthood that this fantasy began to fuse with his anger. When he moved to Alaska in the late 1960s, Hansen found a place that perfectly matched his psychological needs. Vast, wild, and filled with opportunity to reinvent himself. In Anchorage, he became a respected small business owner, a husband, and a father. The bakery gave him stability and purpose. He joined local hunting clubs, broke records with his archery skills, and even earned admiration for his marksmanship. To his neighbors, he was just another hard-working man living the Alaskan dream. Yet beneath that image, his resentment toward women continued to simmer. In interviews, Hansen spoke often about his feelings toward sex workers and dancers, referring to them with disdain. He claimed they disrespected themselves, revealing the deep-rooted misogyny that shaped his worldview. Psychologists noted that this language was not born from religious morality, but from projection. Hansen despised in others what he could not control in himself. He viewed women through the lens of his adolescent humiliation, seeing every rejection, every refusal as a personal attack. His crimes were his warped attempt at revenge, acts of power designed to rewrite the narrative of his youth. The paradox of Robert Hansen lay in his ability to compartmentalize. He could attend church with his family on Sunday and stalk the streets of Anchorage the next night in search of his next victim. He could knead dough in his bakery with the same hands that tied ropes in the dark. He lived two lives so distinctly that even his closest friends refused to believe the accusations at first. To them, Hansen was a model citizen, quiet, generous, and unassuming. This duality became a point of fascination for behavioral analysts who compared him to other organized killers like Ted Bundy or John Wayne Gacy, men whose intelligence and charm concealed their violence. But Hansen's case was even colder. There was no charisma, no pretense of seduction, only the calm efficiency of a hunter. One psychologist described Hansen's killings as a fusion of hunting ritual and sexual pathology. Unlike impulsive killers driven by rage, Hansen planned everything. He selected his victims carefully, choosing women who lived on society's edges, whose disappearances would not trigger immediate investigations. He lured them with offers of money or adventure, often promising them photo sessions or flights to remote cabins. Once in his small bush plane, they were completely at his mercy. In those moments, Hansen was no longer the awkward boy from Iowa. He was the master of the wilderness, the one in control. What set Hansen apart psychologically was not merely his violence, but the deliberate structure behind it. He didn't kill in chaos, he killed in ritual. His victims were stripped of humanity in his mind, reduced to prey in a twisted fantasy where he was both predator and judge. The wilderness amplified this illusion, offering him isolation and the perfect hunting ground. Psychologists later suggested that these murders were Hansen's way of resolving a lifelong tension between shame and dominance. Each act of violence was his method of reclaiming power he had felt robbed of since childhood. Even more disturbing was Hansen's emotional detachment. During interviews, he never expressed anger, passion, or regret. When shown photographs of his victims or the sites he had marked on his map, he remained indifferent. His voice was measured, his eyes blank. This emotional flatness indicated traits often associated with psychopathy: superficial charm, lack of empathy, and absence of remorse. Yet Hansen didn't fit neatly into any single category. He was not impulsive or grandiose. He was introverted, meticulous, and profoundly self-controlled. Some psychologists even referred to him as a functioning predator, a man who could integrate seamlessly into society while harboring monstrous impulses beneath the surface. In prison, Hansen's daily routines mirrored his life outside. He followed strict schedules, kept his cell immaculately tidy, and maintained records of his meals and activities. This compulsive need for order reflected the same mentality that had driven his killings, a craving for control in an uncontrollable world. Other inmates found him odd but harmless. He rarely spoke and never boasted. When asked by a reporter years later about his crimes, Hansen replied only, "I don't like to talk about that." His denial wasn't defensive, it was dismissive, as if the killings had happened in another life. For forensic psychologists, Hansen's case became a cornerstone in understanding the psychology of organized serial killers, especially those operating in isolated environments. His profile demonstrated how social rejection, obsessive behavior, and opportunities for isolation could combine into lethal patterns. Unlike impulsive murderers who acted out of rage, Hansen's violence was sustained and calculated. He didn't need provocation, only opportunity. Even after decades of study, no clear answer emerged about whether Hansen was born a killer or shaped into one by circumstance. The truth likely lay somewhere between. The more investigators and psychologists delved into Robert Hansen's mind, the more they realized that understanding him meant stepping into a labyrinth without a center. There was no single moment, no clear fracture line that turned a shy baker into a hunter of human beings. Instead, there was a slow accumulation of small fractures, embarrassments, rejections, insecurities, that together built the architecture of obsession. Hansen's mind was like a glacier, silent, massive, and moving steadily toward destruction without anyone noticing until it was too late. In his psychiatric evaluations, one theme appeared over and over again: control. Every part of his life was designed to restore the sense of power he had lost as a young man. Control over his environment, over his reputation, and most of all, over the women he viewed as symbols of the humiliation he had suffered in his youth. Forensic experts concluded that Hansen's crimes were not driven purely by lust or bloodlust, but by the meticulous need to assert dominance over what had once terrified him: rejection itself. In his twisted logic, the act of hunting his victims erased that fear, replacing shame with authority. Psychiatrists who reviewed his case noted how Hansen compartmentalized his existence to an extraordinary degree. He seemed to live in two entirely separate psychological worlds. In one, he was the quiet family man, the devoted husband who attended church, paid taxes, and volunteered in the community. In the other, he was a predator, a man who viewed the Alaskan wilderness as his personal stage for enacting fantasies of control and vengeance. The boundary between these two selves was seamless. He could bake bread in the morning and prepare his hunting gear that same evening without the slightest internal conflict. This duality was what made Hansen so effective and so chilling. Many serial killers leave behind traces of their inner turmoil: erratic behavior, sudden anger, or social isolation. Hansen displayed none of that. He was steady, polite, and punctual. His calm exterior acted like camouflage, allowing him to move undetected among those who would never have suspected him. In the world of criminal psychology, he became the textbook definition of what is known as the organized offender. He planned his crimes with precision, chose his victims carefully, and erased evidence methodically. He did not kill randomly or impulsively. Every act was an execution of a premeditated ritual, a dark choreography he had refined over years. Forensic profiler John Douglas, one of the pioneers of criminal behavioral analysis at the FBI, later described Hansen's psychological makeup as a predator molded by humiliation. Unlike killers driven by delusion or impulse, Hansen's violence was purposeful. His victims were selected not for who they were, but for what they represented. They were embodiments of the power he felt denied: young, free, desirable, and confident. By abducting and killing them, Hansen wasn't just taking lives. He was reenacting his revenge against the world that had once mocked him. And yet, Hansen's interactions with people outside his crimes were almost painfully ordinary. In the Anchorage community, he was remembered for his gentle demeanor, his love for hunting, and his steady work ethic. His bakery, small but popular, was known for its fresh rolls and pies. Customers recalled how he would greet them shyly, sometimes with a small stutter, and never fail to thank them politely. He donated pastries to charity events, mentored young hunters, and even helped his neighbors with snow clearing. The paradox was dizzying. How could a man capable of such quiet generosity commit acts of unimaginable cruelty? Psychologists studying his case believed the answer lay in his lack of emotional integration. Hansen did not experience empathy or guilt in the same way most people do. His emotions existed in isolated compartments, each sealed off from the others. When he baked, he was the baker. When he hunted, he was the hunter. There was no crossover, no shared conscience binding the two. This disconnection allowed him to function without the moral dissonance that would cripple others. It was not that Hansen didn't know right from wrong. It was that he simply didn't feel it. The interviews conducted during his incarceration revealed other peculiarities about his mindset. When asked why he chose to fly his victims into the wilderness rather than kill them closer to Anchorage, Hansen replied with chilling pragmatism. He said that the wilderness kept things clean. There were no witnesses, no interruptions, and no trace once the snow fell. To him, the forest was not merely a setting, it was a partner. The vastness of Alaska gave him freedom, anonymity, and the illusion of invincibility. It was a landscape that reflected his inner coldness. Endless, silent, and merciless, prison psychologists also observed that Hansen's stutter, which had plagued him throughout life, would vanish when he spoke about hunting. Whether he was describing moose trails or recounting how he tracked his human victims, his speech became smooth, fluid, almost confident. This strange transformation reinforced the theory that his killings were tied to a deep psychological reclamation of self. In those moments, Hansen was free of shame, free of stammer, free of fear. He was in control. It was, in a sense, the only time he truly felt whole. This dual existence fascinated criminologists. Hansen embodied the notion that true evil often hides behind banality. He did not crave fame or chaos. He sought balance, a perverse balance between his social mask and his predatory desires. Even in prison, this balance persisted. He followed routines, read hunting magazines, and occasionally exchanged polite small talk with guards. When questioned about remorse, he avoided direct answers. "I suppose I feel bad for causing trouble," he once said flatly, but never acknowledged the lives he had taken. To him, his crimes were not personal. They were simply outcomes of his weakness, as he put it, as if discussing a business failure rather than murder. Some experts have compared Hansen's mindset to obsessive-compulsive tendencies. His need for order, his meticulous record-keeping, and his habit of marking graves on a map all pointed toward a compulsive system of control. But beneath that structure lay something far darker, sadistic enjoyment not in the act of killing itself, but in the dominance that preceded it. For Hansen, it was not about rage or chaos. It was about ownership. Once his victims were under his control, their fate was already sealed, and that certainty gave him peace. In one interview transcript, a psychologist asked Hansen if he ever thought about his victims after the crimes. Hansen paused for a long moment before replying, "Not really. I suppose they're gone now. What's done is done." That cold finality, that complete absence of reflective humanity, left even seasoned examiners unnerved. They were listening not to madness but to void, a conscience so hollow it echoed. After his conviction, Hansen became a case study in forensic psychology courses across the world. His profile helped shape the behavioral patterns used to identify other organized serial killers. His crimes demonstrated how structure and secrecy could coexist within one mind, and how an ordinary life could mask extraordinary depravity. Students studying his case often struggled to reconcile the image of the shy baker with that of the methodical killer who buried women in the wilderness. But perhaps that was the lesson Hansen's life left behind. Evil does not always roar. Sometimes, it whispers politely from behind a counter. In his later years behind bars, Hansen aged quietly. He developed health issues, spent long hours in the prison library, and rarely spoke of his past. To the end, he maintained his composure, never displaying overt bitterness or guilt. Chapter 15. Legacy of Fear: The Frozen Echoes of Anchorage. Long after Robert Hansen's death, the air around Anchorage still seemed to hold whispers of his shadow. Even decades later, the mere mention of his name could still silence a room. Locals who had lived through the years of fear spoke about that time as if recalling a prolonged nightmare, a period when the wilderness itself seemed haunted. Alaska, with all its breathtaking beauty, was never the same again. The vast open tundra, once a symbol of freedom and adventure, had become a silent witness to unspeakable cruelty. And though Hansen was gone, the echoes of what he had done still trembled beneath the snow. For those who had lived in Anchorage during the 1970s and early 1980s, the discovery of Hansen's crimes was more than shocking. It was disorienting. How could someone so ordinary, so trusted, have done such horrific things in their midst? He wasn't a drifter, a stranger, or an outcast. He was the man who made their morning cinnamon rolls, who waved politely at the postman, who fixed hunting arrows for teenagers and baked pastries for charity drives. His presence in the community had been constant and comforting, which made the revelation of his crimes feel like a betrayal of reality itself. Even years after his arrest, many locals remembered small, haunting details: the quiet way he used to smile, his shy nods, the smell of bread wafting from his bakery. Some could not reconcile that image with the truth, and refused to believe the man they'd known could be the same person who had buried women in the woods. But for others, every memory of him became tainted. The sound of small planes passing overhead at night triggered unease. The sight of a map pinned to a wall felt sinister. Even the idea of venturing deep into the Alaskan wilderness began to carry a quiet sense of dread. The wilderness that Hansen had used as his private hunting ground became a place of reflection and fear. Hikers reported strange feelings of being watched, and hunters would sometimes pause, remembering the stories of how Hansen had stalked his victims through these same forests. Some of the areas where remains were found became unofficial memorials. There were no plaques, no ceremonies, just a few stones arranged quietly by strangers who wanted to give peace to the women whose names were forgotten or never found. Law enforcement officers who had worked on Hansen's case carried the emotional weight for years. For many of them, it had been the most haunting case of their careers. Sergeant Glenn Flotha, who had been one of the primary investigators, often spoke of how the case changed his understanding of human evil. He described Hansen as the most calculating killer he had ever encountered, a man who treated murder as a hobby, one that he scheduled around his business and family life. Flotha and his team had spent months piecing together Hansen's movements, matching flight logs with missing persons reports, and tracing the small red XS on Hansen's map to shallow graves in the cold earth. Even after Hansen confessed, the magnitude of what he had done didn't settle easily. There were likely more victims than anyone would ever know, their names lost to time and snow. The psychological aftermath of Hansen's crimes also reshaped Anchorage's relationship with its own wilderness. Before Hansen, the Alaskan frontier was seen as a place of solitude and freedom, a land where one could test their spirit against nature. After Hansen, that same solitude carried an undercurrent of menace. The line between freedom and danger blurred. Pilots began logging their flights more carefully. Guides became more cautious about who they took on hunting trips. And women, particularly those working in Anchorage's nightlife or transient sectors, began to live with heightened fear. Several of Hansen's surviving victims, those who had managed to escape or come forward before his capture, lived the rest of their lives with invisible scars. Cindy Paulson, the woman whose escape ultimately led to Hansen's downfall, became an enduring symbol of courage. She was just a teenager when she ran barefoot through the streets, handcuffed and terrified, desperate to find help. Her testimony broke the wall of silence that had surrounded Hansen for years. Although she rarely spoke publicly about her trauma in the years that followed, those close to her said she never truly escaped its shadow. Yet, her strength in surviving him gave voice to the voiceless, ensuring that Hansen's victims were not forgotten entirely. After his arrest, law enforcement officials took extraordinary care to locate the graves Hansen had marked on his map. Helicopters flew over dense forests, searching for disturbed soil. Ground-penetrating radar was used in areas that were too remote or treacherous for manual excavation. Some of the remains recovered were identified and returned to families. Others were too decomposed to be named. In some cases, the only thing found was a bone fragment or a single piece of jewelry. Forensic teams gave every effort to restore dignity to the victims, even when identities could not be confirmed. To this day, some of those red excess remain mysteries, reminders that the true number of lives Hansen took may never be fully known. Over the years, true crime enthusiasts, authors, and filmmakers have revisited Hansen's story, each trying to make sense of his dual existence. Documentaries captured the eerie juxtaposition between his tidy bakery and the chaos of his crimes. Books chronicled how a quiet, bespectacled man managed to evade suspicion for so long. But even with all the research and analysis, one question remained unanswered. How could a man live such a divided life for so many years without breaking? How could he bake bread for his neighbors one day and bury their daughters the next? Modern psychologists studying Hansen's legacy point to him as an example of what they call functional psychopathy. Unlike the violent, impulsive killers often portrayed in fiction, functional psychopaths can maintain stable jobs, families, and social lives while hiding their predatory nature. Hansen was a chilling case study in this phenomenon. He didn't kill for survival or insanity. He killed within a framework of order, as if checking tasks off a list. That kind of discipline in evil made him more frightening than any image of a deranged murderer. He proved that monstrosity can exist in silence, in the daily routines of ordinary life. Anchorage itself has changed since those dark years. The city has grown, technology has advanced, and the community has moved forward. Yet, every few years, when the snow melts and old bones or artifacts are discovered in the woods, the memory of Hansen resurfaces. His story lingers like a ghost that refuses to fade, a cautionary tale reminding residents that appearances can deceive, and that evil, when it hides behind normalcy, can be almost impossible to detect. In the years following his death, journalists revisited his crimes, not to glorify him, but to remember his victims, to reclaim the narrative that he had stolen from them. They published stories about the missing women, giving names and humanity back to those who had once been reduced to dots on a map. Local organizations in Alaska began to advocate for better protection and support for vulnerable women, particularly those working in dangerous or marginalized conditions. In that sense, the tragedy sparked change, creating awareness and laws designed to prevent another Hansen from ever emerging unnoticed again. Still, there was something deeper that lingered, something that no law or policy could erase. It was the realization that even in the remotest corners of the world, far from the chaos of big cities, darkness can grow quietly. Hansen's crimes forced people to confront the fragility of trust, the illusion of safety, and the unsettling truth that sometimes evil wears the face of a neighbor. In the years following Hansen's death in 2014, a strange quiet settled over Anchorage, as if the city itself was still holding its breath. The people who remembered him, the detectives, the survivors, the families of the missing, began to fade from public view, but their stories lingered in the cracks of Alaska's frozen soil. The state had changed, yet something about the cold wilderness still seemed haunted by the past. Every winter, as the snow blanketed the woods outside the city, those who knew the story would sometimes pause and imagine what secrets still slept beneath that endless white silence. The fear Hansen had inspired had long since turned into something different, a kind of collective reflection. His case wasn't just about one man's evil. It was about how easily such darkness could hide within the fabric of normal life. Teachers used his story in criminal psychology classes. Law enforcement academies studied his patterns to improve their profiling systems. The very techniques used to catch him had become a foundation for modern forensic investigations. His crimes, as monstrous as they were, had ironically contributed to progress in the science of catching killers. Yet even that irony carried an ache, because progress had come at the cost of so many innocent lives. In Alaska's collective memory, Hansen became less of a man and more of a lesson, a warning about complacency. He represented the illusion of safety that small communities often take for granted. His neighbors had trusted him completely because he fit their picture of a harmless citizen. He was married, hardworking, polite, and quiet. He attended church, ran a business, and avoided trouble. He blended in so well that even the police hesitated to suspect him. It wasn't until the clues became undeniable that the facade crumbled. And when it did, the shock rippled through every layer of society. People began to look differently at the faces around them, wondering how much of a person's soul could truly be known. The physical remnants of Hansen's life have since disappeared. His bakery is long gone, the building repurposed and renovated until no trace of his presence remains. His old plane was dismantled after the investigation, its parts sold off quietly. Even the small house where he lived with his family was eventually torn down. Yet, despite those erasures, something intangible still lingers. A strange unease in knowing that evil once lived unnoticed among the ordinary. Locals sometimes describe it as a cold feeling that comes when they pass through certain stretches of forest, a subconscious awareness of what once happened there. Cultural fascination with Hansen never completely faded. Books, documentaries, and dramatizations continued to explore his crimes, each attempting to uncover new details or perspectives. Some works focused on the investigation itself, showcasing the brilliance of the officers who finally caught him. Others delved into the psychology of control, trying to unravel what made Hansen tick. But no matter how many times his story was told, it always led back to the same unsettling truth. His victims were not statistics, and his crimes were not fiction. They were the lives of real people whose stories ended in the stillness of the Alaskan wilderness. The true legacy of Hansen's crimes, however, lies not in the fascination they sparked, but in the awareness they forced upon Alaska. Before him, the idea of a serial killer operating within the state's borders seemed absurd. Alaska was vast, sparsely populated, and wild, a place where danger came from nature, not from one's neighbor. But Hansen's killings shattered that illusion. They showed that even in a land defined by mountains and ice, the greatest predator could be human. Law enforcement in Alaska changed dramatically after his case. Police departments improved their tracking systems for missing persons. Communication between local agencies became more streamlined. The state even began implementing specialized training for handling crimes involving vulnerable individuals, particularly women working in high-risk environments. Forensic technology also took great strides in the wake of Hansen's arrest. Techniques that were once considered advanced, like soil analysis and aerial mapping, have since evolved into precise digital forensics and DNA profiling. Many of those developments trace their conceptual roots back to the challenges of Hansen's investigation. Detectives had to adapt to a vast and unforgiving terrain, learning to merge old-fashioned fieldwork with emerging scientific methods. Their persistence set a precedent for how to pursue serial offenders operating in remote or rural regions. In that sense, Hansen's case didn't just scar Alaska. It reshaped how crime is studied and solved in the modern era. But beyond the science and procedure, there remained a human cost that time could never erase. Families of Hansen's victims often described their grief as suspended, never fully healing because many of them never had closure. For some, the only proof of their loved one's fate was a red X on Hansen's recovered map. Others never received even that. Each year, when anniversaries of the investigation came around, newspapers occasionally revisited the case, reminding readers of the women who were lost. Sometimes these stories included new findings, a bone fragment identified through DNA, or a name finally matched to a Jane Doe buried decades earlier. Those small victories, though bittersweet, served as flickers of light in a very long shadow point. One of the most haunting aspects of Hansen's legacy is how ordinary his motives appeared in hindsight. Psychologists have argued that his actions stemmed from resentment, insecurity, and a pathological need for control, all painfully human emotions. What made Hansen terrifying was not that he was inhuman, but that he was human taken to an extreme of cruelty. He represented what can happen when shame, anger, and desire merge without conscience. His story is a reminder that monsters are not born from darkness alone. Sometimes, they are crafted quietly through years of neglect, rejection, and unchecked rage. As time moved forward, Hansen's story began to fade from the headlines. New generations grew up hearing his name only in passing, as a grim tale from the past. But among those who lived through it, the memory never softened. Some former police officers still remember the smell of the frozen ground as they dug through shallow graves. Others recall the strange quiet of the courtroom when Hansen finally confessed. His voice flat and unemotional, describing in chilling detail what he had done. Those who heard him speak that day said his words carried no trace of remorse, only a cold, factual detachment, as though he were reading a grocery list. That moment remained imprinted in their minds forever. Today, the site of many of Hansen's hunts lies deep in the Alaskan backcountry, reclaimed by nature. Trees have grown where the earth was once disturbed, and animals roam freely where fear once lingered. Time, in its quiet way, has buried much of the horror. Yet when snow falls thick across the land and muffles every sound, some say it still feels as if the wilderness remembers. The quiet is too deep, too deliberate, like a pause holding its breath for ghosts that refuse to leave.